these some
We did bump up the station all the time.
right
A little extra.
3 bumps
Anticipating that.
in court.
Yes.
In court time, because with the officers now will be going to PD court for some time, and there's a contractual minimum of 6 hours when they go to PD court. So
It was
Yep.
4 hours, 6 hours.
it's 4 hours for Gloucester, 6 hours to go to PD.
That makes sense. You
Minimum
probably close
Yeah, with the travel.
travel, right? So
and actually probably saves money by 6 hours. If you go in the 5th hour, then that's 8 hours.
no, that's only for details. That's actually only for private details.
So on overtime, just traditional overtime, if they go beyond a 4 hour minimum, it doesn't jump to 8 hours.
It does, except for court.
Except for
Right, so I'm saying that
Right.
6 hour
It's a
core
little
actually saves money because they
Right.
5th or 6th hours. That makes sense. We have potentially 3 elections in this fiscal year, preliminary election, the Gloucester local election in November, and then presidential primary in the spring, late winter spring. And that's a burden, I think, the city clerk's office, I think, comes out of their budget. I don't remember, is it overtime to hire police officers for the election?
Yes.
Is there any room, I might be stepping outside of contractual things, is there any room for flexibility on what your staff can do? I don't think there's a lot of flexibility here, so much you can, but that is, it gets expensive to have, I think, 9 precincts covered all day. Is there a scenario where there's maybe it's a unit there, say, okay, the patrol that's covering the area will be stationed there for a period of time. I don't know if there's a better way to.
So we've done that, but only when we've been unable to fill in it by any other means that position. And I believe, the details of this and the law behind it is more of a question to the city clerk. But my understanding is the law changed just within the last year requiring police officers, or it was always that way. And now someone's saying you need a police officer. I'm not sure. So we attempt to fill those, and when we don't, we put a special notice out to that sector car to say, keep an eye on whatever particular polling location happens to be in that sector. Swing by and make, it's not as, obviously, the idea of having a police officer polling is also to dissuade people from getting too close or trying to intimidate or otherwise, affect a vote. But that's what we'll be doing in those circumstances.
May I continue just a couple more questions?
We need to wrap up if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. I'll just move to 2 then. if It's okay. There's lots of pros and cons. I hear all the time about body cams for protection of police officers too. That's not reflected here, obviously, but can you give an overall opinion about whether we should be prioritizing something like that budgetarily in the mayor's office as well? Do you see that the value from a liability standpoint, protection of officers, and also if there's an investigation to kind of confirm a report or something like that?
Well, certainly, I think body cams are a great tool. And when you see departments deploy body cams, you see a significant drop off in citizen complaints. Because citizens know that they can show it. The problem with body cams are that there's a couple of steps here we need to take, which we've already started. We've already started not negotiations with, but communication with the unions. So I need to have an agreement between both superiors and patrol officers to agree to go through the body cam protocol, the training, the equipment, and then and also agree upon a policy, which can be very complicated. We want to finish both contracts outside of that because we need to bring them both in at the same time, rather than try to negotiate one thing when another one doesn't agree with this, and then back and forth, settle their contracts, and then we'll reopen.
What would be a change of condition? What conditions?
It will be a change in working conditions, which requires, but there's some debate whether it's a mandatory subject of bargaining as opposed to change of working conditions, which only requires me to impact bargain. What you see every single community around us doing is negotiating, or part of the impact bargaining ends up being basically an agreement, which they have all different types of forms and how they take and what types of incentives there. The problem we also have is because of renovations, when you pull in under the new body cameras, when you pull into a place, the body cameras actually have sensors that download the information for the officer coming in. We won't have that during the time of the renovation. So now over the next year or so, it's a time for us to bargain that And part of the renovation project will have a spot for that type of sensor in the back of the station to be able to collect all that. So when the renovations are done, body cameras are in place, then we can move forward. That's why you haven't seen them deployed here yet in Gloucester.
As just only one council, I just want to make that clear that I would support something like that. I think it actually saves us money and headache. Obviously, there's a lot of steps, so good luck with that. My last question, does the police department have an effort of finding people for litter? It seems to be like there's a lot of litter, and then DPW does a lot to clean up, and then it repeats itself. And I just got a call from a constituent saying that there's a grill that had been on a sidewalk for 3 weeks. But that same area has had the same kind of problem from the same exact people, just saying, okay, we don't feed it and we don't pay to get rid of it. I wonder if there's any value in stepping that up. Of course, everything I say step up means something else has to step back. So I appreciate the juggling. Is that a policy where say we're gonna be aggressive in finding people for litter to prevent litter?
So I'll start off with one of the most, I would describe as the golden rule of law enforcement. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove, right? And so because people see litter and they know it's, Joe McGillicuddy, that does it all the time. Joe McGillicuddy is a fictional name, but there happens to be a Joe McGillicuddy here in Gloucester. This is purely coincidence.
Joe, hear that?
And so often say at the beach, right? This is a common complaint during the summer. There's litter everywhere. Well, we know is that those kids over there. How do you know that? Oh, come on, it's them. Come on, it's them. Well, how do you know they intentionally littered, that they didn't step away, jump in the water, and the wind blew, or the seagulls came and moved? You don't know. And I know when the citizens get that answer, it's not usually satisfying, right? But that's the fact. Because if we start writing people up for things we can't prove, that erodes our community relationships, it erodes our relationships with the court. So it's very difficult to prove litter. When I think about it, I think I told this story once in my entire career. I happened to be behind a car in front of me on Route 16, and the person threw like Burger King wrappers out the window. That was the one time I witnessed someone litter, and I was able to pull them over and write them a citation. So it's difficult. It's not impossible. We do it. We did it recently for, we were able to show that people got rid of mattresses, I think might have been the example. We had a call from the DPW who sent a cruiser over there. They were able to determine, by probable cause that they had done that, and they were cited. But it's difficult to do.
I don't know, I just want to figure that out either, but
Thank you.
it's an issue. Thank you.
Councilor, any other questions? Councilor O'Hara, are you still with us? Any questions? Or Councilor Gilman?
Thank you.
That's the case.
Negative, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We have a number of motions to go through the department, and I'll start. And after what Chief has presented, the first one is Department 210, Police Administration. And I would move that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council to approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriation for Police Administration as follows. Personal services, $680,540. Ordinary maintenance, $74,865. For Police Administration departmental total, $755,405. And I so move. Made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next would be Department 211, Police Uniform. I know Tracy O'Neill, Councilor O'Neill challenged us a few years ago about all this money for uniforms, but it is a departmental designation. That was funny. I would move that Budget and Finance recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police uniform as follows. Personal services, $6,513,001. Stacy, was that related to the money I just? All right, let's see if it's all right. Ordinary maintenance, $202,800. $834, and capital outlay $118,301 for a departmental total for police uniform of $6,834,136, and I so move.
Second.
But made and seconded, any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 212, Police Criminal Investigations. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police criminal investigations as follows. Personal Services, $549,890. Ordinary Maintenance, $2,450 for a departmental total for police criminal investigations, $552,340, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? None. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 216, Police Harbors. I would move that Budget and Finance recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police harbors as follows. Personal Services, $33,073. Ordinary Maintenance, $22,100. For a departmental total for police harbors of $55,173, and I so move. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Department 218, Police Parking. I would move for Budget and Finance to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police parking as follows. Personal Services, $135,977. Ordinary Maintenance, 0. For departmental total for police parking of $135,977, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Department 220, Fire. Excuse me. Department, 292,
Page 5.
Police Animal Control. I would move that Budget and Finance recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriation for police animal control as follows. Personal Services, $136,889. Ordinary Maintenance, $6,000 for a departmental total for police animal control of $142,889, and I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Stacy? Chief? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
Council Gilman.
Thank you.
And appreciate Jeff and
Good job.
Val's great questions, so. Well, it's Tony and me.
They're gonna know we're so much better than the fire department. Thanks, Ed.
I don't know. Better.
Yes, better.
I think it's safe to say you're more succinct.
I don't know where it is.
Okay.
I don't even. Okay.
Mr. Conrad,
Right.
Sorry, I was late this morning.
That they need for their.
They were up there.
So
we have-
Dispatch.
Yeah.
So, and with all the,
Yeah.
I don't know where
The
it
equipment
is.
back.
Something that needs the mayor's signature, I don't know where it
She
is.
said the order the equipment is about 6 weeks out, so.
I don't know that.
Have you
I know
seen
that.
this?
but I know.
Sugar water?
Oh, good, thanks.
Sure.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leather.
But it's good, good to keep it flowing.
Right?
But I think it's gonna be-
Second.
I know you did. They're busy schedule.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Listen, we had a meeting in market basket.
We had market basket last night.
It's fine.
I told him, I'm like,
Yeah.
don't call me.
First thing I said, "What's our win?" I said,
Me last night.
I just said.
Um,
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
And thank you.
Yeah. But they were partially protected.
That's for sure.
The plastic,
Painfully so.
on the backing, not the entire. Sweet.
The gentlemen and ladies in the back are welcome to come to the front.
Awesome.
Email emergency response.
I just saw the title on it, we have family in town, like, I gotta do a thing, I'll be right back.
Stevie Blank really appreciated it.
Him and I are gonna have a conversation. We've had this conversation before, it's not new.
I don't recall any,
If you get me the information.
holding them hostage.
The fact that it was overreach is good, it's better than an underreach and explosion, right?
Right,
So,
just,
So.
it should happen, like if there's a gas leak, call 911.
Yeah, emails are-
Don't start an email chain and follow a political process for a public safety issue.
Yep,
What occurred.
agreed.
I mean, I guess, it's like, maybe I was at the end of that, it was an emergency.
I mean, I just, if and when you see it, it's like, did you call 911? Because if you didn't, you should, if it's still going on.
It's not-
Yes, you know.
So if it's a gas leak, it's an emergency. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. If it's a leak, it's an emergency. If it's venting, that's a system function. I just couldn't tell you if they have a vent over there or not. I mean, I asked Bob, I asked some of the guys that have been around forever, and they're like,
ADLs in that neighborhood, was it as bad as everybody was describing? They should have called, right?
okay.
Lots of headaches.
I'll double check, but I don't know. if
They are doing work
Yeah.
on the tracks on the
It were.
on the wall down there, where they're pinning that, all that rock in. And they're probably using air compressor systems. So who knows what they're generating? You know, the same thing with noise. It sounds like a leak. You couldn't hear the air compressor. They're running. People are making assumptions, so I'm.
But we'll see how they do.
Yeah.
All you need to tell you at a level
As
is
the-
not,
as the police.
someone needs to fix it.
Why don't we go ahead and get started? We're running a little bit behind schedule. We're now dealing with the Department for Fire and Emergency Management. And welcome, gentlemen.
Good morning. How are you, council?
We're here.
Excellent. So I can make this very, I guess, pretty simple. So,
Okay, thank you all.
yeah,
All in favor?
exactly. So I mean, our budget is not boilerplate, you know, press and repeat, but it is pretty close. I've been in this seat for 10 years doing this repeatedly. The needs and requirements contractually and operationally for the department have evolved, but this budget is reflective of the mayor's directives and orders from him and Jill and John to, hey, level funding for services, which this does. So the only change really in the fire budget is the contractual change from them getting stipends for various things that they do, all of which was pensionable and everything else. So during their last contract negotiation, we sought to reduce the stipends to the degree possible and roll that into their base pay. The net outcome is about the same financially. It's a slight increase over time, but it is a significant net change when you look at what personnel who handle all the payroll and those processes have to do, because now they don't have to deal with all those stipend checks and so forth throughout the year. So it's a reduction of workload to get the employee basically the same amount of money. It was all pensionable then, it stays pensionable now, but you'll see line items that are zeroed out because that funding has rolled into the salary wage line. And so that's the biggest impact. That's a visible change that you go, why is this zero? And this number is a pretty good percentage higher beyond what their COLA raise was for that last year. So that's the things that you'll see in there that jump out on that budget. Other than that, it's pretty much boilerplate, you know, meeting our requirements and services. In the emergency management budget, not exactly the same story, but pretty much the same story. So we, you know, the governor signed legislation in 2018 and we became officially OSHA required for government employees, which was not the case prior to that. And so now with the absolute requirement to meet those OSHA standards, which is governed by DLS within the state, there's a whole lot of additional hoops to jump through and parameters to meet and a lot of paperwork. And so in part of that process, we began it, COVID came and threw a huge wrench in getting it done because it's a lot of in-person meetings, a lot of going through paperwork and group efforts, which obviously those couldn't happen during that period of time. So we're back on that process at the city level, engaged with, mostly with the HR department. Because I came from an OSHA state, I had a lot of experience dealing with this, so I kind of got sucked into helping extensively in our department as well as police have significant exposure and OSHA regulations upon us, the janitors, DPW. I mean, everybody's got a little, but we have a lot because of what we do. So are the police, DPW ops. So we've had a pretty good effort with those core departments working with HR, and we identified that, we're never going to accomplish this internally on our own. None of us have the time. We don't have the budgetary resources. We really need to address this separately and holistically. So HR engaged with a company that Mike Hale's been using for years to evaluate their operations and make sure they're meeting their requirements, safety and so forth. And they did a gap assessment for the whole city and identified that, there's still plenty of work to be done, and it's enough work, and it's continuous work that never goes away. Regulations change, new employees come and go, operations shift, new equipment, new regulations. So you're constantly having to manage that process. So, my perspective on it, as well as, from legal and HR, where we need a dedicated individual who specializes in this, because contracting it out is not all that effective. And you lose that hands-on keeping up with things as they change. So the idea was to combine that OSHA or health and safety compliance officer kind of position, which is a new thing to Massachusetts, really, with what we've been lacking since COVID hit. And Carol McMahon, who used to be the assistant to the EMD and fulfilled that role, which is similar but different, right? Lots of plan development, lots of things that are paper, right? A lot of paper to meet compliance, plus all the policy procedure for managers to make sure it's happening. So we've looked at the potential and ability to try to come up with a person that fits that bill, that can wear those level of hats, report mostly directly to the mayor's office, HR, work with the department heads, and where would they go? Where would they fit? Obviously, Bob still needs that position filled to fulfill those things that have just fallen on his desk and piled up higher than we can really manage. So the thought is to let's create a position for that. So you'll see that reflected in this budget under the salary wage line, that 70,000. So that's new, right? That's not level services. That's a new piece to manage this citywide issue. But again, it is citywide, but it's got to go somewhere. Because I've stuck my nose in it so deeply, I guess I got saddled with it. I was voluntold, we'll handle this and let's work it out. So, I think it's well worth the effort. I honestly don't know if that's enough money, because like I said, it's a new job in Massachusetts. There's no comparables. We can't even find like a solid job description that somebody's used, modified and made work, and they're getting a great result. So we're on the cutting edge of doing a thing that, is done elsewhere in the country. But we're not everywhere else in the country either. So there's, different kind of environment to try to make that fit. So it's a work in progress. This is a starting point. We'll see what we come up with a job description. If we get any applicants, and is it enough money to get anybody that's really worth having, honestly, and will they stay? Or will it be just, okay, thanks, but I'm off to the next person that did what you did, but pays more. So that's, the always evolving change in our landscape. So we'll see how this goes. This is, a goal to get done early on in the next fiscal year, to get this put out there, get all the paperwork in place, but it's predicated first upon getting this funded. So part of this funding, and what you'll see in here, is that we've added that personnel services, but we have reduced the $50,000 line by $25,000, because part of that was to pay for third-party contracts, as well as pay for contracted services that used to be Carol McMahon, and that person to do all of the above they just don't exist. We put it out, how many times you put it out? 2, 3 times. I mean, part of it was during COVID, so that's understandable, but we put it out once since then, and there's no takers. And all the advice and effort with third-party contractors, people in the field, is that what your old job description was is too much. Separate the plan writing to contracted services, hire companies that are really good at writing you the paper for you to follow, and then set up the staff piece of it separately to do all the hands-on in-house efforts and work. And, relieving Bob to run the EOC when it's 24, 48, 72-hour ops, he's not gonna live there that long, right? There's gotta be backup, and it won't be me either, because I'll have the department to deal with without him as my right hand, because he's doing another thing. So we think this is a solution to those problems. Hopefully this is about market value, but we'll see. So that's really the biggest changes in there. Otherwise, it's kind of the same thing you've seen for the last numerous years. And if you have specific questions on specific lines, I can answer those for you, or general stuff as to what this funding does, doesn't do, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Councilor Gross, want some stuff?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Whitman.
No, I think we come with a level funded budget. I don't think there's a lot to pick apart.
It's level service.
Level service.
Sorry. I see a lot
We
of zeros.
know what we mean, right?
I see a lot of
There's a
zeros in there
difference.
though.
Yeah, and those are those accounts that,
No, subject percent changes. I don't see.
yeah, and a lot of it is zeroed out. I mean, maintenance stuff and, buying parts, buying things, as we all know, as consumers, is ugly right now. So we're hoping it's enough and then it'll work out. And we've done our due diligence with our vendors to try to crystal ball, are we gonna get through the year the way we expect or not? And we think that this will handle
Jamie, do you have any questions, or Councilor Gilman?
I have none. Thank you.
Councilor O'Hara, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you. Nothing right now. Thank you.
All right. Okay, and then the other part of your budget for us today goes on to the emergency management, or much included that?
Yeah, and I included that in the first spiel with that new position. We'll see how that works out.
So, seeing no questions. It's a big line item in our budget.
It
But
is.
you have, in terms of looking back in the past year, you've seen a fair number of challenges.
Yeah,
Calls, some substantial issues that you had to deal with.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not even thinking recently.
So, maybe fire.
Yeah, at least nothing on Rust Island.
No, and then, we need a ride for that one.
Wait, you need to write for that one, was it?
Oh, that piece of Rust Island, yeah, no, nothing. Yeah, that one's easy. I mean, it's a lot of hose, but you get it done. I mean, we do it Woodman at the end of Woodman, that was a half-mile stretch of hose and shoveling water, so it's not fun, but it's doable.
And we're all very grateful for the fast response at City Hall last Thursday night.
Yeah, they did an awesome job with that fire, so thankfully, knock on wood. Now the restoration, the mess that it makes is a different issue, but
Great.
Just one question.
I thought we were going to escape.
I thought so too. And I'm reluctant to ask because it might go down a tangent. I don't want to do that, but fire hydrants.
Yep.
Excuse me, Councilor Gilman?
I'm just concerned that we're getting into material that might not be related to this budget.
Okay.
And that's confusing because there are a lot of issues that are in front of the city right now.
Okay, so before I ask a question, you know it doesn't relate to the budget?
I don't know.
Okay, just reaction, see if you had some
I
insight.
just didn't know where you were going, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask questions?
Well, if it's relevant to the budget in front of us.
Would additional hydrants help you do your job better?
additional hydrants, people, all of the above, always assist. But that again falls to DPW and their budget and process. And I know we've worked hand in hand with Mike Hale on budgeting and not budgeting, but hydrants in the city. And he puts them in everywhere he possibly can, but our water system and our geography puts significant limitations on what he can do for hydroting. And it's, to make sure the water's safe, that's going into the home on that same main. Sometimes he can't put in a main that could actually serve a hydrant because it can't be that big because that water just sits there and the disinfectant dissipates. And now he has unsafe drinking water. So the first priority is drinking water. And wherever he can possibly put in a hydrant and tie in water flow that serves fire flows, he does. And that's never, in my history of being here in the last 10 years, it's never been a budget issue. It's been an engineering and water safety, water quality issue.
Is there a person on staff that does some sort of regular testing of how strong fire hydrants are?
Yeah, again, that's all DPW system. So we just use it. We don't own it, operate it, pay for it. We just tie into it and use it and occasionally break them the other day. But yes, it's all back to Mike. Yeah.
If there be no other questions or discussion at this point, I'll read these two recommendations. The first is for Department 220, Fire Prevention and Suppression. I would move that Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriation for our Fire Prevention and Suppression Department as follows. Personal Services, $10,421,422. Ordinary Maintenance, $870,236. And Capital Outlay, $137,037 for a departmental total for fire prevention and suppression of $11,428,395. And I so move. Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes unanimously. And then the second budgetary line item, the Department 291, Fire Emergency Management. And I will move that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for fire emergency management as follows. Personnel, $70,000. Ordinary maintenance, $51,250. Capital outlay, $2,500 for a departmental total for fire emergency management of $122,750. And I so move. Second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. Hopefully we help get you back on time. That's my goal.
Thank you.
Guys are awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rock it. Thank you.
She does all the work. I just.
They heard that twice now.
Oh, thank you.
No, the police say, you can ask any questions you want, Stacy, I'll ask Stacy to answer them, and then I'll say it out
It's
loud.
all a mystery.
Okay.
It's a munis thing.
Thank you.
Oh, and you gotta worry. It's nothing. You guys need anything? For the offices?
It's a good information.
It's
I mean,
Which one's
DPW, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Joe's on it. No. Joe is really, I mean, there's people in there.
Okay.
They, everything. I mean, they had essentially all of our offices scrubbed. Yeah, they had all of our offices scrubbed by them.
Good.
Up as far as a regular lateral.
Which is, there's just.
I mean, we said last night.
Yeah,
We
I
had
talked to
busy
Leslie.
about it last night. I mean, the bottom line is they're really treating it like.
And doing them all.
Not-
Kind of is.
And you got.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab them and just bring them back to the office, if we head back.
Well, you
to-
can
Or if we head. to-
text TPW and tell
No,
them.
it's,
So,
we're okay, we just
yeah,
need
give
like,
me
it's
answers, I can go-
DPW is on.
just a matter of, time.
Before I forget, I need to know. I'm gonna come early.
But no, I'm gonna go.
It wasn't.
So hopefully
It wasn't.
Here's my question.
I think we're just gonna have her get them anyway, so we'll have all the paperwork at hand.
And if the mayor says, yes, let's do it.
No, absolutely. We knew it was a combination.
I still told them.
I would have brought it
Yeah, so I figured I'd just reach out.
No, I
Yeah,
appreciate
no.
that.
I got to see the EOC for the first time the other day. Ryan took us to it. Well, because that's what thinking
Yeah,
about where to
yeah,
put the-
well.
Yeah.
If they need to oxidize.
Yeah.
Well, it appears so,
No,
lots of
yeah.
people at the school use it all the time.
Right.
I'm like, why are
First,
there papers on the
first,
desk?
first.
This is supposed to
No, 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 we
be.
still have.
Our EOC.
But we still have.
Portion of it.
some on
Yeah.
there, so we just-
I think I-
Um, But yeah, so anyway, it was the first time I got to see it, so if we need it, but I think we're okay. John, we were in the library yesterday, beach stickers is the number one.
Yeah,
issue.
that's what I thought.
I don't think, I think the rest of
Yeah.
us did.
I saw the
Yeah,
flyer,
we
I
always
saw the
shoot
premise of
trailers
it.
or, you know, unless it falls on a Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, no, perfect. I figured that
Well,
anyway.
that's
Yeah, but, yeah, we measured them out.
I think we're gonna- I mean, the two major hangups right now, keeping us on our,
And that's
the
what
handicap.
Well,
effort.
it's kind of the same every year.
So John's
Yeah, it is.
contracts are coming in and
A lot,
starting.
we don't have
um,
control. I know there is a little
John
bit of.
doesn't want part of it.
As far as,
How far
I don't
it
know,
should
we
be.
run the fight.
Yeah, we have to,
So
but we can't.
we run the
we
final
can't
process
stop
last
us from
week
doing
there,
it.
but now we're
We
gonna be
break it
running the
into-
final
Oh,
one
yeah.
next
How you
week.
get
So,
So you still is.
but it's only gonna be.
Oh, yeah.
just general.
So we're gonna, so we have a handicap at ramp coming, a temporary
Yeah,
one.
I think,
on
I think the
Broadway.
only
And then
ones I
once they get that room.
and I don't, and it's.
I
That's
don't
smart,
smell
that,
it.
that process closing everything up.
It won't be-
Before,
fine.
you have a whole-
It won't be back, so.
That's right.
But no one, not the basement, and no public. and
Somehow
I-
they run into that.
600.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Construction.
Yeah.
And
Do it now,
Yeah.
get it, get it done now. Don't wait until next month or, you know,
It just,
June 30th.
it seemed weird because it also didn't take.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
Remind me again. Yeah.
Should have
Yeah,
six.
it's fine. I don't mind being in the back. Yeah, I'm used to it. Yeah.
You know how to get me.
We got another thing
Quite
going on
well.
now. Probably get up to you to let you know.
Thank you.
Part because
Guys
then
do
you
a
got
great
3
job.
feet from
Appreciate
each direction.
All right, we're off.
Right.
Who's next?
Thank
You might have set that record you were going for, Chief.
Thanks.
I told you.
Oh, God.
See you guys.
That was a role
We're,
reversal.
we're the Dunkin' Munchies
Yeah.
today.
You know, I was like, he had said to me, I'm gonna be quick. I was like, okay, but he did it. He
You
came
did it.
through.
You made it up.
He always used to be after keep me up all night the other night after the fire.
But no.
Thank you. Does anyone want water?
I'm all good, thanks, Jeff.
Yes.
Carrie, we're still live, right?
Yes.
This year. Why?
Yeah.
Really, and I do want to final check it. Some years, like, keep looking at conversions. And it's just. Sometimes, somehow, sometimes they change.
Is it the general motion sinkhole? Sorry. Where that's just like right underneath that air conditioning.
I wonder if it's 'cause
the walls.
Yeah, so I changed it.
Did you
from
turn it up?
I changed it from air conditioning to just the fan.
You can shut the fan off too.
And I lowered the fan, yeah. I mean, she's sitting, I mean, I'm a little chilly, but she's literally sitting underneath it.
It's usually in the.
So, we'll see if it
I typically
works.
have it in the memo.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that-
Yeah.
You look pretty
I'll
sloppy. Okay.
I'll see,
I know, there's.
yeah. Nikki,
Right.
so let me,
That's
let me
totally
check.
idea. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So,
Is it recording right now?
Yes.
Oh, good to know.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that now.
Okay, just, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Yes, no problem.
You get a
Yeah, I'll
time
take it.
for Friday?
Yep. Perfect, it's gonna drop it.
Tommy, yeah.
Okay.
10.
Yeah, good job.
I am. I'm just, and you're gonna meet at the actual library?
Yep.
So she can see it?
Yep.
I may or may not get there, but I just wanna be,
Yeah, I just want.
no, it's
see-
about you
see
guys.
What we're thinking.
Yeah, and is Ryan gonna be able to be there?
I don't know.
Thank you.
How much early does that change?
Months ago, you didn't wanna do it, so we've all been pushing up a hill, but we're, and then,
No, 'cause I don't
It's
It's
think-
all
But I-
subject to change. Things change.
yeah, I
and
don't
changing,
think
we're
it
doing
was,
okay.
It was advertised by the
Right.
department for.
Some-
next
with
year we'll have
flexibility.
a beach unit.
I have some already,
Okay.
but if I.
You know much about
I'm
it?
sure I know
Federal
what
Harbor
I'm-
Plan? Line?
Yep.
Federal Harbor Line?
Do I know much about it?
Oh,
Yeah.
John.
What about it?
Like how close it is to Cape Cod Wharf,
No, I have one, thank you.
and the whole harbor.
So I had Waters.
It's,
at our
it's 3 times the depth.
Committee of the whole O and A meeting on Monday, and
Of the channel.
Frank Mazzone says,
The channel,
Dasani, because apparently it's,
20
not
feet,
known as the
that's
best
60 feet.
water, I don't know, and I just sort of like, what did you have? What did you drink anyway? I've never seen a meme where someone
Show
about
it,
died dehydration and drink Dasani, so I don't know.
perimeter.
Doesn't have a reputation.
The federal, well, the harbor.
I just wish
federal,
it was wet, that's all I can control.
That's right.
I just have somebody who's interested in purchasing the property, wants to build a marina, floating dock system out of it.
Ask Susan, Keegan, not Susan, Catherine, what? CCM. Yeah, that's,
I've talked to PJ about it.
yeah, it's so hard with those old deeds and stuff that you really need to go to the sources on those, even though TJ doesn't say.
He thinks he does.
Well, he can just tell you, you may, since it's in your deed, you may have different deeds supersede those. So I would check it.
Good advice. My old buddy Catherine.
Yeah, I would just give her a call. 403 solid waste, right? Okay, sounds good to me.
What page are we going to?
58, my bad. So Mark will start, I'll fill in, we'll go from there, some questions.
Lucido did a great job, by the way, last night.
Good, yes, very good. Fortunate to have Joe doing this.
How much more damage would have happened if we had a sprinkler system there?
I appreciate that.
A water damage to the building, right?
I guess depends on the zone, but
Probably would have lost all of our house.
anything
Well,
that's
no.
not vaulted.
Yeah, the real archives wouldn't have a sprinkler.
Be dry.
Yeah, it'd be dry system.
Argon or something.
And then, that's gonna be a consideration when I get to the design process, is what type of on a 10-inch main, I can tell you that.
Okay, we're reconvening budget and finance review of committee of the whole of our fiscal year 2024 mayor's budget. And we have Mark Cole and Mike Hill from DPW, and we're looking at account number 403, solid waste and recycling. To start with, is that right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Your floor is yours.
Okay, so this year's budget had a few increases in the solid waste. One of which is the annual curbside pickup fee, which increased. We also added in a couple of new features for the mattress disposal program. We had to add money in for the container and for the pickup fee and disposal fee for those. And we also increased funding for the pay-as-you-throw bags so that we make sure we always have an ample supply on hand with the manufacturer for those. And other than that, the contract, the budget for 403 is the same. It was an increase of about $160,000 roughly. And it's all basically contractual or things that we needed to do differently this year.
Questions? Councilor Dolan.
Mark and Mike, is part of that 75,000, is that the mattress part, or is that some additional request for JRM to do some curbside pickup for additional?
JRM's curbside contract went up. It goes up annually. It went up about $50,000 this year. The mattresses is separate. They don't touch the mattresses because they can't dispose of them anymore.
Okay,
So you have to go through a special contractor for that.
okay,
DEP textile ban went into effect November of 2022. Limits the disposal of mattresses and soft furnishings, rugs, clothing, and landfills and incinerators.
so that roll off is just to increase what they currently pick up in terms of the leaves and stuff like that, the curbside
No,
pickup? or-
the fee that they charge us for the curbside pickup goes up annually, and that was the increase. It went from about $1 million, just over $1.7 million to $1.75 million roughly for the curbside. It's just for the curbside pickup that they do for current services, nothing else.
The roll off is for the mattresses and the textiles.
We have roll-off
Yeah,
collection
Just
too.
roll offs.
Yeah, schools, DPW.
If I may,
Please, Jill.
I think what the counselor is getting at is the additional leaf and material pickups that have been requested related to the
Right.
conference facility.
Exactly.
And we're working with DPW within their budget to increase those. So we talked about it. It is a priority of the mayor. We talked about it, and John felt strongly that we can find it in here. We
Okay,
don't have to actually just line it.
okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, the commitment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Tony first.
Where would I find the mattress?
It's under the line item. It's under 52,000 contract services.
Mattress.
It's added into that It's one of the
Got it,
numbers
yeah.
in there.
All right, yeah,
Thank you.
sorry,
Thank you.
sorry, I should have seen that.
Counselor Whitman?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, in general, if I ask questions, it's not with an agenda in mind, it's with the goal of understanding and learning. And I know that there's a lot to this. And so last year, I asked lots of questions. I probably have fewer this year because I'm a little more up to speed, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows if I have a question, it's really to be educated. And not for anything else. This contract that goes up a little bit annually is running, it's coming to its end at some point.
2026, September 2026.
Okay, and I think it's safe to say we're getting a good deal right now.
There's no one, I don't know any directors that have this deal.
So looking ahead, can you give us some insight as to either A, what this will look like in our future budgets, or B, what we can do now to reduce it a little bit? I don't know. Like, is there things that the city can do, or the residents can do, what else we do to better educate people on whether it's recycling or other disposals or anything like that? Because I mean, this is gonna be a challenge in a few years. And it's gonna impact everything else.
I don't anticipate collections on recyclables or solid waste to change dramatically. It'll always increase annually. And there may be fuel surcharges in these contracts. A lot of fleets are going to electric. Kind of mandated to do so, or encouraged to do so. We pay 0 tipping on recycling. Most communities are paying between 75 to 150 a ton. So multiply whatever rate we get by the tonnage of recycling that we dispose of, and that'll be a direct increase to the budget. Now, the tipping fee itself, that's kind of on the lower side of the scale, so that'll increase too. So the solid waste tipping fee will increase, which will increase the budget.
The recycling fee is lower than solid waste fee per ton.
Right now, we pay 0.
Right.
So we pay, 70, whatever it is. 80.
We're at like 78 or 80 right now. The changes mid-year.
Yeah,
78, 80.
$0 for recycling
And that's not what you expect to jump exponentially.
to be comparable to solid waste disposal. There's no market for recycling, although it's mandated to be done.
So encouraging more recycling from a financial standpoint, not talk about the environment, just financial, will not change the next contract. If people are recycling more, get used to doing that.
Our tipping tonnage is probably as low as you can get it. The Page and Throw program doesn't allow construction to demo barrels, doesn't allow items to be disposed of that probably shouldn't be in that waste stream. So I think, we've reduced our tonnage 66, 68.
Yeah.
100 tons. When we had the
That's what solid waste.
solid waste, when we had the old tags, we're up around 9,000. So we reduced it by a quarter.
So people are being smarter about not throwing as many things away, or they're recycling more because of the cost of it.
It's probably it's education. I think single stream recycling has made it easier for people to recycle. One of our biggest issues that will bite us in the next contract will be contaminated recycling. Items that are put in recycling are not recycled. Saran wrap is not recycled. The soft clamshell to-go boxes aren't plastic ones, or lettuce, they're not recyclable, they're trash. Just because there's a recycling emblem on the bottom, it's made from recycled material, not that it's recyclable. And each state has different recyclable allowances, and that changes. When you print a brochure for what's acceptable, it's out of date for too long, because they said, oh, now we're gonna allow number X plastics. So there will be a surcharge on contaminated recycling that we will bear the burden of, which will require a fair amount of public education, because it's gonna be real dollars, not little dollars. Because it has to be collected again, brought to an incinerator.
Councilor Grow raised the question the other day about this, we live in a state that doesn't even allow, doesn't even, is saying no to redemption from water bottles. I don't think there's a local way we could do it anyway, we possibly think to come together, but with that, we think take a lot of weight out of the recycling if people were saying, hey, this is, we pay 5 extra cents and you bring it back, you will collect that. Is that something that this council should? And maybe it's not something we can do with this budget, it's gonna affect the budget, something, is there some sense in us pushing for that state?
I think, just being supportive of legislation that makes sense is an important thing for a community to do. Our representatives are just that, representing us. So I'm suggesting that it may be a good environmental and fiscal policy. Sure, I mean, does it make sense that we don't recycle water bottles, given the number of water bottles we have? I mean, we have whole aisles in grocery stores dedicated to just bottled water, which is absurd, but it is what it is for people expect.
You're welcome
As a
to.
council order,
Yeah.
some resolutions. Okay, thank you.
Anything else on this department? Councilor Billman.
Mike, what was the name of that program, that the grant funded program that we're working with all the schools to teach the elementary school kids and middle school kids about recycling? I know that I attended some of those about 4 or 5 years ago, but they were fabulous.
We've had a number of them. I think we kind of stopped because the school department didn't care for it didn't fit the curriculum. We've offered a lot of opportunities through our vendors for that. And birds of prey seems to be more important.
They were so awesome. It was all about correct recycling and correct all the games. They were great. But anyway, that's
Our
all.
water operated a whole thing on, it's called the water box, and they talked about, what happens when you flush your toilet? Where does the water go?
Yeah.
Where does your water come from? How can you reduce water consumption? Don't leave the faucet on brushing your teeth. Those are good lessons for young people because they do one in life.
Yep. Or they go home and teach their parents.
Exactly.
One more question for me.
Okay.
Does this, I think Councilor Gross asked a question that in answer maybe thinks about. So you said that we have our own disposal costs for city trash, municipally generated trash. School trash disposal, does that come into your budget?
Yes.
That's sort of mixed in this whole piece here. Now, I had just a suggestion, but there's big effort on compost, food waste that can then be used later for some valuable soil. And I made a suggestion to my school committee liaison. I think there's a company called Black Earth. So does that, would something like that be beneficial to have the schools involved? There's so much food that school lunches, a lot of the food.
So food services is unrelated to our operations in the schools. It's a separate operation. And
But in
food,
terms of disposal,
so food services got into a contract with Black Earth a few years back. And unfortunately, it became a union issue because although the schools wanted it, they told the custodian, now you need to separate it. Well, it's a changed job. And it just didn't work. You can't have one custodian in an elementary school who's in charge of the entire building, sorting through garbage. It doesn't work.
I don't think it's separated for this.
Now, food services could certainly do something. I mean, certainly it's food waste. But it's once it gets to the trays, there's plastic forks, cellophane wrappers, napkins and stuff like that, that gets mixed in it, then they don't want it because it's not no longer valuable to them. It's actually cost.
I can envision a scenario though where kids taught value. I don't know, it takes a couple. We'll take a different next spring.
Contaminate the entire load.
Straws, juice box straws. I mean, that's
Yeah.
I'm pretty close to Black Earth guys. And contamination is one of the biggest problems. Certain communities are better at it than others. Variations.
I could see it saving a lot of money if it was done right.
I get compost from them, and one of the drawbacks is that all the fruit and vegetables have little stickers on them that don't deteriorate.
And again, Black Earth is open to anyone who chooses to take advantage of it, so residents can do that. And we're actually looking at, the mayor's asked us to take a look at some programs that may be able to help, get the word out, facilitate this, curbside compost.
Now, those kind of contracts, those aren't free, but I think it's less expensive than the solid waste disposal per ton.
I don't know what their fee is. I mean, they like that, they have a number of customers already in Gloucester, so they're already, they have a route. And so, the more people, less cost them to do
They have
business.
contracted with some municipalities. It's not cheap. It's a very labor intensive, sort of
Might
dedicated.
not be the savings.
We can't do it and save. We've already looked at that. There's about a $300,000 annual difference if we paid for curbside composting. Because the offset to the solid waste stream isn't enough.
That answers that question right there. Thank you.
But as a resident, you can do it on your own and control what you throw away. That's probably one of the things, the messages that needs to get out.
As a resident, would be cheaper than
As
the
a
cost.
resident, you could hire Black Earth, contract with Black Earth to dispose. And again, it's not necessarily cheaper, but it's your, your responsibility to the environment. You're not throwing stuff away that has another purpose. And it, will reduce the number of how much trash you have. But you're also paying to get rid of your garbage. So, it may be break even, or it may be, you may be a couple bucks out of your pocket every week, every month.
For some reason, I thought there'd be significant savings, aside from the good value of saving the environment.
No, I think it's probably, talking to people who have it, I think it's more expensive.
More
than-
expensive.
More expensive than a purple bag.
Yeah, and produce sections in grocery stores are smaller than ever.
And,
The middle aisles, processed food, the box foods, they keep expanding. So, compostable food waste, it's not like, our parents' generation, our grandparents' generation, we use cruise stuff.
and
Yeah.
think about home care garbage disposals.
Yep.
They have none.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so there wouldn't be savings to realize on the municipal side to do something like this. I'm sure
There's no
people are
savings.
smarter than
in
me.
this.
It's all right. Thank you.
Okay. Mike, you said that there's no market for recyclables. I know this doesn't have a budget impact. But what are they doing with it now?
Incinerating it. Sitting on
So it's going,
docks in New Jersey, San Francisco. And the market's just really falling out. The single stream's part of that,
yeah.
is because it's not, sorting facilities contribute to the contamination. And then the quality of, paper. People expect a certain quality paper. You can't write with a pen on poor quality recycled paper. There's bleeds. So that's a lot of the cardboard they use in paper. There's still a market for aluminum, metals,
Yeah, but that's a
plastics,
minimal amount.
inundated. It costs more to reprocess that than it is make a new. So it's market driven.
Yep.
It's regulated, but still market driven.
We're not gonna solve that in your budget here today.
I prefer not to.
Thank you.
Okay,
411,
All right. 411, our engineering department had two changes.
What page?
60.
Right, thank you.
The first was in personnel, where we had contractual salary increases. And the other change was our copier lease. We have a new copier lease with the reduced payment on that. Other than that, everything stayed the same in engineering.
So there's an opening for a general.
We're always looking.
And so you wouldn't have, I know it's an ordinary, if I may, sorry.
Please.
The outside engineering services is a pretty small number, so number 0006. It's only $225, so like the Goodhart Beach Wood and Curran, that's coming. I mean, we put in supplement to our budget
The health department, they increase the funding for that, they contracted with that. Generally, most of our engineering needs are capital driven.
Yeah.
So we identify a capital project that is a need. We ask the mayor to support funding, council, and we have an authorization for design and construction. We're a pretty very solid engineering team right now. We have, 2 professional engineers within the office and 1 EIT, FE as it is now. So we have some good people, very capable. Any questions on engineering?
Seeing none,
Okay, page 62, 421, Public Works Administration. Basically, the only thing we have here are just contractual increases on salaries, longevity, sick leave buyback. And the sick incentive is stayed the same, basically. There's no ordinary increases. There's very little ordinary money in here. It's basically for training and travel reimbursements, memberships, dues. So it's a small budget.
council questions?
Okay, the next one on page 64, 423, it's our snow and ice budget. There are no changes annually to the budget unless comes from the administration. So that's an easy one to do.
$766,000 number, imaginary target.
Global warming. There'll be flood control.
We're due for a good winter.
We didn't have one this year.
I have a question for Treasurer John Dunn. I think, okay. Somewhere along the way that there was this, I learned that there's a rule that if we would increase the snow and ice budget, we have to maintain that number in future years, even if the costs were down. I'm paraphrasing it poorly. Could you help me understand that?
Becomes a new base unless you're Boston or the state. Then you're able to transfer.
So we have a number that is typically lower than the expenses, and then we sort of backfill through the course of the year after we go with hopefully over. And I'm sure that's a challenge to treasurer's office, just and the detail, just to find pockets of money to then supplement that. But that number has been historically, well, as far as I know, historically, much lower than the actual cost.
Not always.
More often than not. Cost of materials, fuel, hourly earnings of contractors. I mean, you have to keep up with the times. It's not very desirable service for a lot of young people these days. A lot of gray hair in these plow trucks. So you have to kind of compensate them for that, or they go elsewhere. There's other communities that find for the same people.
So I want to say, if we were to budget more closely to what we actually spend, right? I mean, it's more than triple, 1.8 million in 2022 and 766. So that's not triple, 2.5 times. If we were to pick a number that's higher, that would mean we have less money to work with now, right? We'd have to account for that. And then if we had a year where there wasn't that demand for snow and ice, then we're stuck having that number.
So yes, so if you increase the budget, you kind of trap that portion of the budget in snow and ice, and you can't move it after that. So, and it's going to be what it's going to be. So whatever decisions are made, at Mike and Mark's level, that we need to go out and plow, or we need to put sand and salt down. That's their decision, and it's a public safety issue. So we're going to spend whatever is required to spend to get us through the winter safely.
And the state allows us to run that at a deficit over a 3-year
They
period.
do, yes.
With approval of the CAO.
You don't have to ask that.
Good job.
Good job. Bill.
Well, again, we're gonna do what we have to do for the safety.
So I guess it's just a philosophical question, is the time and energy put into having to backfill it, it's a lot of work that goes to find money to fund this. Is that greater work than having a higher number piece of paper for our budget? Is that, I mean, what I'm hearing is you've already made a decision, right? Every year we put this number in, we're saying that's a better choice than having it reflect the more accurate likely costs.
We get to the end of the fiscal year and we always have to move budgetary money around. So having snow and ice out of the mix because you covered the budget, yeah, that would save a couple of hours.
Okay.
That's it.
But it wouldn't leave you the money to be able to,
Right.
you wouldn't be able to then
We'll
use
take the
it.
money instead of the hours.
Yeah.
If there's a couple hours, it's felt like it's a more
That's all it
Herculean
is.
effort.
Next department.
Okay, at page 66, we have Department 470, Public Services. Again, there were minimal changes in one of our larger departments. If you look at the first line item, 511000 salaries, we actually show a decrease, and we had a few higher earning employees leave the department, and we replaced them with some newer, younger, less expensive employees. So we actually dropped down about $20,000 just in salaries. If you look at line item 513002 overtime, it's an increase of 15,000. We put additional money in there due to all of the upcoming 400 events. Because we will be covering a lot of those events with overtime for trash and different things like that. So we added, like I said, 15,000 in there. 514009 longevity, there was a slight increase of less than $200 there. And again, that's a contractual increase based on years of service. 519024, the sick incentive. We reduced that because of the number of employees that qualified for it. Last year it was lower than it's been in the past, so we went with the current trend and reduced that. So overall, the personal budget for 470 was about almost a $6,000 increase overall from year to year. If you go down to our ordinary budget, the first line item 520000 purchase of services. We did add some increases there. There were some reductions. Our mowing contract was reduced. Generally, what happens with the mowing contract, we put it out at 3-year, like a 3-year bid with renewable options for years 2 and 3. And somebody always comes in real low that first year and gets the bid, and then they increase it the next 2 years. And again, we have the option to say, no, it's too much of an increase. We're going to go back out to bid. So the contractor that we've had the last 3 years, he got outbid this year. So there was a good size reduction in the cost for the mowing contract. However, we had a sizable increase in our portable restroom contract. We've been using a particular company the last 3 or 4 years. Their price was low and their service was reflective of their low price. And we got rid of them, I think, at the end of June last summer. And we asked the shed if they could cover us for the rest of the contract, which was going to expire in September. And then we would go out to bid again in September with a 3-year contract. And the shed, they did get the bid, but it's a sizable increase over what we were paying before. But the good thing with the shed is they're local, everybody knows them, and their service is top notch. If something happens, I can make a phone call and they can have a truck there within an hour and either replace a unit, pick up a unit, clean a unit, whatever it is we need them to do, they respond immediately. So that contract actually went up about 50,000. And it's more reflective of what our need is, you know, because we're asking them to be cleaned like 5-6 days a week. And it's, and we're, you know, we're obviously paying for that service, but again, I have not had one complaint on a unit since the shed took over last July, so.
And that impacts a lot of public perception of
Yes.
tourism and.
Yeah. Because we have them at
People
Good
in the
Harbor,
community.
Winkershik, Niles, Plum Cove.
Stage
We
four.
have them at Stage 4, we have them at Magnolia Woods, we have them at Lanes Cove. We'll have them at I4C2 for June, July, August, September, possibly October, I can't
Have it
remember.
done
We-
budget?
No.
We don't have one there, no.
Boulevard.
We have on the boulevard, we have at both ends of the boulevard. So you have 2 by the tavern, you have 2 by the tennis courts, and then you have anywhere from 2 to 4 at the other end of the park by the cover. So we're well covered in that. So that was the major increase there.
We thank you, thank you.
Yeah. The next line item, 524001, there was an increase of about $6,000. The last couple of years, we've had to clear off the boardwalks with a contractor. It's more than what we can handle, so we've had to add money, a little bit of money for that, and we added a couple $1,000s to our field maintenance budget. And that's still, you know, well lower than what it could be. Our rental equipment, we haven't had to use this line item that much the last 4 or 5 years, so we reduced it in half. The next one, 529005, care of trees. Last year it was 25,000. This year we upped it to 50,000, and we could probably up it another 50,000 and still not get everything done that we would like to have done as far as tree maintenance goes. If you go to page 68, item 542011, printed forms. We reduced that again this year because we don't have to print the beach tickets like we've had to in the past. So the only thing we're printing basically is the brochure, and if we do the hotel motel passes, we would have to print some more of those. If you go to page 69, 553004, lumber and wood, we reduced that by 2,500, again, just based on previous history from the last 4 or 5 years. So overall, our total ordinary budget went up about $54,000. Under our capital account, 584000, we kept it at the same 50,000. We use that for big ticket items for the beaches at Stagefoot Park. We just, in the process of purchasing a new ticket booth for Good Harbor. And based on what we like from this one, we probably would do the same thing for Wingashi next year, because both those booths are probably 15 to 16 years old, and they've definitely shown their wear and tear.
Even longer.
The problem at Good Harbor is that one continually gets flooded with the high tide. So we're gonna make some arrangements to raise that up a little bit. Plus, we'll be able to take it out in the wintertime and store it someplace safe. So overall, the budget for public services went up just about almost $50,000. And that's our second, third largest department.
Councilor Gross.
So I see on 54,600, it has the playground mulch, but there isn't, where do you guys cover playground maintenance? Because, you know, we hear a lot about playground maintenance. So where would that be reflected here?
There is no, so a lot of what's happening today is it's capital upgrades are needed. The last playground installed would have been the oval, other than the schools that just got the new ones. But, you know, these playgrounds are, you know, pushing 20 years old. They don't have a life expectancy of 20 years, right? And there's only so much maintenance you can do to them. You know, Burns Field is a relatively new one. We can't keep that thing together. The plexiglass domes, kind of like, you know, porthole windows, they get kicked out as soon as they're replaced. And then they not only just kicked out, they become sharp and very dangerous. You reach your hand through it. It's not quite the sharp as glass, but a young person would certainly cut themselves on it. So we're gonna want to put plywood portals that can't be kicked out and can't be seen through. Can't keep up with them, can't find them for one thing. And then it's just a danger factor that happens on a Friday night. We don't know about it till Monday morning after someone's already been hurt.
If I may, Mr. Chair. We've been working really closely with Mike's team and Mark has provided the mayor's office a lot of information. So the mayor is committed through the ARPA funding and through some of our CDBG funding to do a lot of work on the playgrounds in the area. So Burnham's, you'll see some changes, including security cameras, and upgraded fence that will be supported by community development block grant funds. And that puts us in a position where we can use ARPA funds in other areas. One, you will see the 2 new playgrounds at the schools. We'll both get the new
Play surface.
The new play surface, are both Beaman and Plum Cove, and that's already committed. So we're working with that DPW to identify what's next and where, but this is a priority for the mayor with the ARPA funds.
I'm
So
sure that-
space.
There must be a heavier grade playground equipment that's designed for better vandal protection. I'm sure it's much more costly, but it might both in its design and its construction.
We
Yes,
have
helpful.
pretty solid playground equipment. We've had some good luck with our vendors over the years. The one we did at Fort Square was done in 2004. It's very
Has a spoken slide.
small, but we met with a young woman out there a number of years ago about the need to replace it. And she may have kids of her own at this point, but it's I think a lot of wear and tear, and I don't think the poor quality. It's just a wear and tear. There needs to be either less of them with, repeat maintenance or put the money in it.
Now, also when, hopefully, moving forward, there'll be some consideration in design for less opportunity for vandal damage. Like you said, the portholes with the domed windows. I mean, that's just not someone would think this looks great, but is it appropriate for, safety purposes? And you would think that also OSHA, Child Safety, whoever, looks at those things would, recommend not using that kind of a structure. And also, features that require high maintenance too. I don't know if the city has, there's probably you guys at the playground committee as far as who decides what's gonna go in when we do replace things, and knowing you guys, you take all that into consideration. But do you have power to command that those considerations be taken into place?
Yeah. Very little of this is custom, a lot of it's off the shelf.
Right.
So we have to be mindful of, if you're gonna spend, these are very expensive units and you want them to look like there's something there. I mean, a swing and a slide, when I was young, it was a great park, maybe basketball. Now it's not more.
Yeah, 2-inch galvanized pipe and
Yeah.
the frame, chains coming down.
And it's different now.
Wouldn't see.
You can't have,
No mulch.
you can't have traditional swings in the same bay as the toddler swings.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a multi-purpose like parent swing or handicap access swing. It's been a standalone bay. So these are the rules that have changed over the years
Right.
to facilitate accessibility. But you wind up with less of a playground for what you used to have for money.
Right.
So we try to, there are neighbor groups and school groups that, push for certain elements that are kind of not what we would choose.
Do you collaborate, for example, with the Rotary in terms of their improvements at the Stage 4 Park playground? Okay.
Probably less collaborative than it could have been, but we've certainly brought on board with what they had chosen.
And are they responsible for the maintenance, or are they gifting it to the city?
We're working through that
Yeah.
right now. That's another playground where CPC's committed funds, mayor's committed funds, Rotary committed funds. So we're working through all of these CPC, you'll see some CPC changes on things that are being done on city property so that we don't end up in a position where we just keep adding maintenance and no support to the DPW budget, but so we're working through similar to the Young Legends where with an MOU. Really is trying to streamline that process so we're all. on the
Thank
same
you.
page.
Councilor Gilman,
I have 4 questions, I'm
oh
sorry.
my gosh.
Mike, on page 67, 524014, small paving work. I just have a couple of questions on that. First of all, the actual for the paving was 673 in 2022. The original budget was 350. And then we revised it to 531. Is that because we took a percentage of free cash out of that? I mean, I'm a little bit confused what that bump up was. And I do know that we looked at the formula for free cash and we gave a certain percentage to add to the road repair budget. And I just want to make sure that there's enough money in there because I would assume that that does also include temporary repairs of private roads as needed as well. So can you explain this a little bit to us? Because this is like the biggest issue in the city right now. We want to make sure that we know what these numbers are.
So the 350 is the benchmark for us. And there was additional funds added to that last year.
That was ARPA, right?
No,
No.
that's
It was a transfer.
The city general fund.
Transfer. Okay, all
Um,
right,
And this fund goes to making sure the city addresses their responsibility to roads.
because we don't get enough in chapter 90.
Chapter 90 was never intended to be the only source of funding for road repairs in municipalities.
Okay,
And it's kind of become that.
Yeah.
And that's why there's such a disparity between what roads need and what they get.
okay,
Communities that dedicate, an equal share to chapter 90 usually have a better road maintenance program, or even ones that supplement significantly more, like twice as what the chapter 90 would be, in
okay,
addition to chapter.
okay. So when you estimated on the documents that you submitted, that we need 1.6 million to do public roads on your schedule.
Yeah.
And we got 680. Is that delta included in our expenses of how we added to that? Or is it just stuff that we have to just keep finding in various ways to try to, I mean, your queue is, it's obvious that we're spending a lot of good money, needed money for the repair public roads, and it's been great to see all these streets being done. But I'm just checking to make sure that we have adequate money built into our budget for this.
I think we have as much as we can support within this budget.
Okay.
It's the double our chapter 90 spending is part of the survey that I fill out every year from
Right.
MMA. And we reach out to all municipalities to say, what would it take? Not, it's just MMA. They're saying, what would it take? So they can lobby on municipalities' behalf
Right.
for what we do need. On this for over 20 years, chapter 90 hasn't changed.
Not
The
since
funding
10
hasn't
years now, right?
changed, and it didn't help us 10 years ago. And, what a lot of representatives want will hurt Gloucester more than help Gloucester, as far as if they change the formula. I don't really see any more funding going into it. They're funding more, they're funding smaller programs, like the small bridge program, the culvert programs, safe routes to school, clean streets. Those are very designer intensive costs.
Okay.
Versus paving.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Number 529005 for tree maintenance. in actually talking to my ward, on issues in the budget, tree maintenance was an issue that they felt that we needed to make sure there was enough of, just in terms of proactive preventative tree maintenance, so we don't have as many power outages and so I just wanted to make sure that, so you have gone up of $20,000 from last year's number. So is that enough? Do you feel like that's enough for to cover the things that you know that we need to do? It's a tough question. I know that you- I know
Yes,
that-
yes.
It's double 50%.
Ross is a very large land area.
Yeah,
And the city owns a lot of property within this land area.
yeah,
And you can't address it all.
I understand.
This is enough, and we supplement other monies throughout the year, this as well.
Okay.
Is this work being done in-house or are these outside contractors that you work?
Most of this would be outside. We don't have a forestry division. We don't have the equipment to take on larger projects. Nor do I really want it, because there's a lot of liability that goes into that work. We had one cancer incident last year. Unfortunately, that person had the right training, so we didn't really get hung by the state on that, but there were some findings that we had to deal with. The aerial encroachment of trees into power and communications line, that's usually managed by the public utilities themselves.
Okay.
National Grid, Verizon, Comcast. They left Gloucester last summer because they couldn't get any details. They went on.
Okay.
We lost, 3 months of work that was planned for Gloucester.
Okay.
I think they moved on a couple of times because that was not just a local issue, that's a bigger issue.
So do we not use our bucket truck that we bought 5 years ago? It was a secondhand bucket truck, but
We use it every day, but it's
Okay.
not really, it's not a tree truck. That's,
it's just not tall enough.
it's not designed for that.
Yeah.
It's meant hanging signs and banners, and changing light bulbs in high places.
Joe Shalino banner truck,
Right, that was really
Big plan.
important. I remember that was like his passion that year, was to get a bucket truck.
Yeah. And that was pretty much the reason he wanted to take care of the lights on Main Street
Right.
and banners.
Okay. And then on the next page, on page 68, 540000, Mutton supplies, that number still is reasonable. Mark, I work with Mark on that frequently. It seems like we have enough. We have enough with our supplies right now for that, Mark. Is that?
I have not checked the supplies.
Yeah,
I
went down with Lauren and.
just wait for you to call and tell me
Yeah, no,
more.
I think we're okay, but we are using more of those on the boulevard, because when the boulevard became just wonderfully, perfectly beautiful, those 3 containers have to be filled about every 4 or 5 days. But the good news is that there's hardly ever any poop anymore on the boulevard, so.
I found it in the lane during the Little League parade.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yes.
You did find some
I
on the
stepped in it.
boulevard? Oh,
Put it on.
right,
It
that's
found you.
terrifying.
Found me, yeah.
And you're supplying the muck net, so anyway. And then my final question is kind of a general question. I'm going down to 543007 paint. I know, I've noticed that Public Works is going to town on repainting all the hydrants, which is great, because that has been a nagging issue with 3 of my constituents. Do you have the paint in your budget? Is that something that you're responsible for, or is that the fire department?
Fire department does nothing with hydrants other than use them for fires.
Okay, so you guys are responsible for the progress that's being made on the fire hydrants.
Yeah, we have
Paint.
a couple thousand hydrants in the city, and they're maintained pretty much always in working order. If there's one down, it's down, so we just get parts for it. If we have parts, we're trying to isolate, limit the number of manufacturers that we use, so we have parts that are interchangeable.
Okay,
There's probably 8 to 9 hydrant styles in the city of Gloucester over the years.
Right,
They're working on one at Centennial Ave today, they did one on Granite Street yesterday,
right.
complete rebuild, so you take the whole thing apart, scale it, prime it, paint it, and you put, new boots in them so they function.
Great.
The two-man operation, it takes a lot of time to get one done. But it's less expensive than buying a new one and just replacing.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks so
Counselor.
much.
Counselor Woodley.
Yes, how much time do we have left for this?
3 minutes.
Good, I just want to finish.
Make a start.
18 minutes if we want to have lunch today.
We definitely want to. First, to both of you, your department handles so much. And every single year, I think every mayor for the last 20 years has been adding more to your department. And I don't think the budget necessarily reflects the additional responsibility. So I absolutely want to say thank you for juggling it all, and I know there's a lot of heat. And to the extent that I have put the pressure on you and all of us, sorry, we get a lot of pressure from the public too. So, couple of things. On the additional money for paving, was that only for ducting maintenance, was it only for public or private roads as well?
Our obligation is to public roads. When funding is available, and we don't need it for public roads, we just spend it on private roads.
You have a road maintenance plan, I think we looked at it together about a year and a half ago. Is that a policy that council should be adopting and supporting in some way, or should it get updated or something? Because obviously, you need more money to maintain roads, the expectations people have. Do we have a document that says, here's a plan, here's a 5-year plan, have something like that?
So we're wrapping up our pavement management plan version of it. All those type of asset management plans become a little bit giant pill to swallow, because now you have a document that says you have $22 million worth of paving that needs to be done in 5 years. That's not happening.
Is that an accurate number? Ballpark?
That's probably accurate, yeah, pretty close to accurate right now. And again, paving is different than sidewalk expansion, different than adding different amenities. Yeah, underground stuff's a separate issue. I use it as a guide when I can identify, you do a PCI, pavement condition index, and that's based like on a scale of 100. Granite Road would have a PCI of 100. US Street maybe have a PCI of 10.
Zero negative numbers.
So you balance the cost based on the PCI as well as what type of street it
And
is.
demand.
Is it an arterial street? Is it a local street? And those are the ones, there's road classifications that need to be taken into account. Back when I used to work with Chief McKay, we were really pushed the main arterials to be done right away. EMS, fire, and the traveling as fast as they need to go to a site, they don't avoid the pothole. They can't. And it adds wear and tear to the apparatus, but the apparatus is expensive, and downtime is not good for the city. So, that's how we prioritize things. So I don't do it based on who's raising their hand. I do it based on what's better for as many people as possible, including emergency services. And I always felt that if you get the main arterials and then maybe the secondaries, people's rides home from work, they're on a good street for 99% of the time until they take that turn left onto the street that's a little bit worn. And they're on that street for 100 yards and they're in the driveway. So that's what they remember. But it's more important that the 99% of the trip is safe. And more people use those things, and that's our responsibility.
I think it would be helpful, and I got this, I think we talked to this former purchasing agent and city councilor Everett Brown many years ago. he said, it might have been eighties, where they had this schedule. Like whatever criteria go into your prioritizing, translated into, this road's not gonna be paved for 3 years, this road will be 4 years. It could be a system so that when the public's asking us, we can say, here's when your street's scheduled to be repaired, and here's why, if they really want to ask. for it. It'd be hard to get to a place where we would know all that, and things change, but this road management plan that you said you're working on, can we include that in some sort of communication that the council gets, and then we can communicate that to our constituents so that there is a reasonable expectation as to what can happen and what can't happen? Because that is, it is constant, at least I'm experiencing.
If I may, Chairman.
Please.
This Mayor Verga has committed to keeping up with the publishing the paving plan, and it's on the city website now. And it needs to be updated regularly. As Mike said, it changes, but we update it as often as we can.
Is that paving like, here's what's happening now, kind of paving plan, or is it?
Here's, I believe he asked, what's up they asked for the fiscal year or
The
for the
next
paving season?
X number of projects.
So I think that's actually helpful. What I'm looking at is almost a way to say, your street needs
Almost
help, but
like a crystal ball.
yeah, no, but it's on a schedule, it's going to be for 2 years. And that's almost setting expectation changes that experience for the residents. Well, I've made a call, I didn't get done, the expectation can't be that make a phone call. It's done. Right?
It is.
It is
That is
expectation.
people's expectations, and I think a false expectation is telling the constituent that I'm paving it in 2 years. And then 6 things happen in that 2-year time period, and now they're 5 years out.
But you told them.
Right,
That, I think
I
that's
guess
more
that's-
dangerous than not knowing.
fair enough, I hadn't thought.
We try not to have public ways get to a position where they are so deplorable, other than if they're under construction. Wasn't that, but by September-ish, it'll be one of the nicest streets in town. But I think if you look at most public ways in the city, they're at least fair shape. But I think pushing, my pavement manager doesn't give me a schedule we're doing. It lists the PCIs that can be organized by highest, lowest, alphabetical, whatever it might be. But it's a guide for us when we make decisions. I don't think it's a very valuable tool to be just out because it's dangerous. Right, and I don't have control of what the gas company is going to do. I don't have control over what water projects are now moved from my list is here to here because someone said that that's what it should be. And that changes everything because there's collateral damage from, changing schedules. And it goes not just water, sewer, gas, paving, development. We try to chase development around to make sure our infrastructure is ready for them, or that they're not going to tie into a brand new road we just paved. So that's all kind of a very difficult task to manage. And so I think by telling people this is what happened in the next 10 years, I think it's.
If I could pause us on a minute, we have to go back, we haven't finished the department, or more, we need to go through the facilities maintenance and central services, I think.
Yeah, we took.
Just the water.
And then the other.
And yeah, that's, yep.
All the enterprise.
We're doing the enterprise funds too, right now.
We're supposed to, Mr. Chairman, John, I was talking about that, so I don't know how it's possible to get through. Finish the department, but we have the water enterprise, the sewer enterprise.
So
the road.
maybe we just finish DPW within the general fund, and then at a later date, we'll come back and do water, sewer, and Talbot Rink as the enterprise fund. If that works for,
Yes.
okay.
So I wish I could just say, here are some yes or no questions.
We need to go through these other parts of the department.
Department 472 is our facilities department, starts on page 70. Again, there was some small changes under 51100 salaries. We had our contractual increases And this is one of our larger departments, that you can see by the salaries. On the next line down, 511-300, we have 4 part-time custodial positions. We've had a hard time keeping them filled, but again, a slight increase if all 4 are filled at the rates that they would be paid at. 513-002 overtime, we added 15,000 to that, again, for the 400 events, because a lot of those will take place in and around city buildings and schools. Next item, again, it's just a contractual difference for the custodians that work the night shifts. Our longevity went up a little bit. Again, it's all contractual based on the length of time, and we have some custodians that have been here for quite a bit of time that are getting close to the top rate on that. Our sick buyback, 519-010, that increased again. And again, it's due to some long-term employees who have built up considerable sick time, and they get reimbursed for those that go above the contractual limits. So overall, our facilities personnel department went up about $220, which is not a big increase on a $3 million budget. Under ordinary, under 52000 purchase of services, we had a slight increase there. Again, there's a few little contracts in there that changed a little bit. We also have a temporary trailer out back that we've moved our storekeeper into while we do some renovations on his office and that building. So that'll be just in for this year, and then it'll be out next year. Under our utilities, 521-001, the electric, we kept it the same. 512-002, natural gas, we decreased that because the costs have gone down. The next line item, 521-005, heating oil, we added some money back into that as the prices have gone through the roof on that. Our mowing contract, again, like I said, it went down this year. It'll go up considerably next year. Everything else that you see down there under the remaining line items, they're basically contractual increases. We had an increase in 524-010, the HVAC. We have some generator contracts. We have some inspectional contracts. We had some repair contracts. Those all went up slightly. 524-021, our alarm maintenance actually went down a little bit. We had to go back out to bid, and the first year of the bid went down a little bit from the previous couple of years. 524-024, our elevator maintenance went up slightly. Again, it's on the inspections and the maintenance. 527-001, our building rentals, we have the annex and we have the school administration building, and those both went up with a contractual increase. 529-001, our custodial services, we have a cleaning company that comes in at Gloucester Police Department, the restrooms at Stagefort Park, and they do the Harbor Masters new facility in the summer. And we have an increase there because we expanded the hours at the visitor center. We tried to get somebody in there April 1st, and we will have somebody in there through the end of October. Previously, it was Memorial Day weekend to Columbus Day weekend. So we've added about 8 weeks of service onto that contract. And the police department and Harbor Master all had their annual contractual increase. So we had a significant little bit of an increase there. 529-008, our alarm monitoring for school and city buildings went up slightly. Our plumbing and electrical supplies, we increased those because we've run short on those the last couple of years. And the majority of those expenses are at the school buildings. We have a licensed plumber, a licensed electrician, licensed HVAC person, and they spend the majority of their time in the city buildings. So overall, there wasn't much of an increase in our facilities department. And again, it was basically contractual increases And we didn't really ask for any extra money other than a couple of items for supplies.
Yeah, and central services.
Central services, it starts on page 75, it's Department 499. Under the first line item, 511000, we had contractual increases for the employees that are assigned there. And that was the only increase in personnel. If you go to the ordinary, if you go to page 521000, it's titled energy, but it's our streetlight maintenance and repair and the cost for our streetlights, and that went up a little bit. The maintenance contract increased slightly from year to year for that. We added a small amount of money for office supplies on line item 542000. And on the last page for our gas and diesel, we increased that as the prices have gone up on that. We went up basically 40 cents a gallon on the gas and 80 cents a gallon on the diesel. Our usage is relatively consistent year to year, so we use that base and just do the price increase based on that. So again, for this department, there was minimal change. The biggest change was, I think, the gas and diesel increase. And we increased that. You'll see when we get into water and sewer, we have money allocated in there for gas and diesel, and the increase applied there as well. Because we can't change, and we don't want to change the snow and ice, there is money in snow and ice for gas and diesel. And what I did was I just took the number of gallons that we have in there and applied the increase to that and put it into central. So, I mean, it all comes out of the same purchase order at the end of the year. So all the money has been accounted for.
Gross.
Mark, back to the energy. The streetlights, 180,000, is that the
That's what
power?
that's the power, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's gonna change because when we did the conversion for the streetlights, I don't know that Grid really knew what they were doing. They kept charging us, and we kept saying, well, you know, this has changed now. It's not that rate, it's a different rate. And then they turned around and gave us a whole bunch of credits. So we're still working on some of those credits. So that number will change over the next year or two. Not much, but it'll slowly start to go up a little bit, I think, over the next couple of years. But
It's like they're getting lazy at that end for whatever reason.
I tell you,
So they're
it took
estimating
me-
based on prior
It
experience.
took me a year and a half to get them to send us corrected, updated current bills for streetlights.
The work order system they have, lights out good.
Covered a lot of ground again just there, and we are at our time. Are there some urgent questions we want to address, or should we go ahead and get these motions passed?
I'll be really fast. You can
Okay.
just say yes or no. I don't need any description. Would there be value in us eventually owning our own payroll?
No.
That's fine. When utilities dig up roads, I think you're the key contact person on that, and they have to put a bond and make sure the road's back to where it was. Is that the right amount of money? Whatever that bond is that something we need to account for? I think those are things that are contributing to some of the, you know, we pave a road and then the utility company comes through and they don't come back. Well, I don't know how that works, but do we have to increase that? I think it's an ordinance change, I think it's a budget. It affects the budget.
Speaking of like National Grid and so forth, we don't regulate.
There is something though.
We charge them administrative fee to open road to verify that there's no conflict with our utilities.
But then isn't there a bond that they have to hold, the roads not put back in certain condition?
Not National Grid.
And is that something we can change locally or no? Okay. So they can just tear up the road after we pave it.
Can. You know, there are moratoriums on certain grade leaks, that they must abide by. But you get to a certain classification of a leak and they have no opportunity to kick that can down the road. They must address it the requisite number of days or hours, whatever it might be.
Let me jump back real quick. Your department is taking over some responsibilities for, I was gonna maintenance, but handling the issues with the creek and trying to learn more about that. Is that reflected in this budget, that there's additional responsibilities for you?
That's our utility division, so it's not this budget.
And then last question. Would there be value in looking at over the long haul, electrifying our fleet of vehicles from a fuel conservation perspective?
It's a very long conversation to have.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, our sustainability coordinator, Gemma, is very engaged in that discussion right now, starting primarily with the school buses.
We'll look forward to hearing that. Councilor Rose?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Councilor Gilman?
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and read these motions. First is Department 403, DPW solid waste disposal and recycling. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriation of DPW solid waste disposal and recycling as follows: personal services, $20,000, ordinary maintenance, $2,802,494 for a total department, $2,822,494, and I so move.
Second.
And seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 411, Department of DPW Engineering. We move that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Engineering as follows: personal services, $60,625, ordinary maintenance, $808,430, for a departmental total of $69,055. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Department 421, Department DPW Public Works Administration. I move the Budget and Finance recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Public Works Administration as follows: personal services, $120,759, ordinary maintenance, $15,790, for a departmental total of $138,559, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
DPW Department 423, snow and ice removal. I would move the Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW snow and ice removal as follows: personal services, $141,500, ordinary maintenance, $590,100, and capital outlay, $35,000, for a departmental total of $766,600, and I so move.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Department 470, DPW Public Services. I would move that Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Public Services as follows: personal services, $1,639,479, ordinary maintenance, $800,189, and capital outlay, $50,000, for a departmental total of $2,489,668, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously. Department 472, DPW Facilities Maintenance. I would move that Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations from DPW Facilities Maintenance as follows: personal services, $3,012,192, ordinary maintenance, $2,969,149, and a departmental total of $5,981,341, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then the Department 499, DPW Central Services. I would move that Budget and Finance recommends that the council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW central services as follows. Personal services, $167,235. Ordinary maintenance, $927,919. And capital outlay, $10,000 for a total of $1,105,154. And I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? None. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. A lot to cover and a lot of good questions, so thank you. And, carry on. Carry on. You're doing a lot with a little. Well managed.
Thank you.
I assume Sherry will reach out about rescheduling another hour. For the enterprise fund. For the enterprise fund.
I don't know how that slipped away from us. Or chairmanship there.
Once upon a time, it's an all-day budget. Yep, literally. All day.
Just DPW.
You've done all the work in advance.
Thank you. Thanks. Keep on the good work.
Sherry.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Always, thank you.
Need a motion to adjourn.
We're going to adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock here. And next on our agenda, I believe, will be
Council on Aging.
The council on
Council
Aging.
on Aging. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
What's the thing, budgeting, should we make
Phone is now live.
We are now live, so we are reconvening after a luxurious lunch. We will spend it walking to City Hall and back and other good chores, but we are reconvening Budget and Finance Committee on May 10th at 1 o'clock here at the Harbor Master's office on Harbor Loop. And this afternoon, we'll be talking about the Council on Aging, Development Department, Harbor Master, Mayor's Office, and the Treasurer Collector. And we can squeeze out any of those other items into or not.
See.
So Elise, the floor is yours. We have the book. It's department number 541. And you wanted to take the floor, please.
Thank you. So I'm reconvening the committee of the whole as well. And I just wanted to just note as an ex officio board member of the Council on Aging under MGL 268E, there's no personal financial benefit in my participation in either this discussion or a vote when it comes back in front of the full council. Just wanted to make sure that we were clear. Thank you.
Before we start, how long do we plan to spend on this topic?
We have 15 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, I think a lot of the top, hopefully the top couple line items are pretty simple. The top one is the one salary person that we have on staff, which is me. And then the second is wages, and the wages, of course, are considerably more than that, but they're offset by a couple of grants that I come to you folks and ask you to accept. So you've heard about those before. And then the other stuff, longevity, sick buyback, all of that. Very, very excited to have that purchases services, that 520000, the $4,600 is some money that I asked for to be able to do some more outreach, to get maybe a mailing out into the community and just to do some more printed materials and posters and just a little more marketing so that we can be a little bit more kind of out there with what we offer at the senior center and what we offer beyond the walls of the senior center as well. So I'm excited about that. Postage had to go up a little bit just because we had to look and see what the postal service is going to do to increase the postage rates, which they're going to do. The transportation line item we're excited about as well, because that's going to enable us to continue our non-emergency medical rides program. And it's also going to enable us to do a little bit with the seniors on the go bus, some enrichment type activities for the seniors. With that program, I've got a meeting next week with the health department to talk about the process of kind of handing that from them to us when the grant money that they have runs out for it. So that's exciting. And office supplies, I'm also excited to see that office supplies is now going to pay for the My Senior Center software, which simplifies things a little bit there. And the $3,600 line item is going to enable a little bit of professional development that hadn't been in my budget previously. The Mass Council on Aging, which is the membership organization for all councils on aging, and they're also the liaison between councils and the State Executive Office of Elder Affairs. They have a conference every year that I've been told is not to be missed, and I have missed it so far. So this year, thankfully, I don't need to ask for hotel accommodations because it's going to be right in Danvers. And that's going to enable not only me to attend, but also my outreach coordinator, Julie Smith, and our brand new activities and volunteer coordinator, who's already doing a great job, Natalia Moshe. So the three of us are going to go to that conference. That's what's represented by the $3,600 is our membership dues for MCOA, as well as attendance at that conference. And that's a bargain price because we don't have to ask for a hotel, like I said. And then let's see, then the next one is the money for a generator. I think that's been in the works for a long time. When we get a generator eventually, after the repairs have been done to the roof and all the stuff that's kind of happening to improve the building now, that generator eventually is going to enable us to truly be like an emergency station. Right now, we kind of, when we have heat and kind of really cold or really hot, when we have different weather events that prompt us to maybe expand our hours or say that we're going to welcome anyone in the public that needs to be inside for some reason, anyone even beyond seniors. Right now, we can say that we're welcoming people in, but we can't call ourselves an emergency station because if we lost power, if the whole section lost power, then we would lose power too.
So the thought with that generator is that eventually we're gonna be able to be a true like emergency kind of warming or cooling station, eventually. And that's what that is in there for. So that's my story.
After
But,
DPW.
yeah, you guys have, do you have questions?
Councilor Gross?
So you talk about the generator, but
Yeah.
do you foresee that being this year?
If it's in this year's budget, I'm thinking yes. They're over there almost daily lately. They're up on the roof all the time. I know that the roof work is, it's commencing on schedule, and my board chair, Fred, takes care of a lot of the check-ins with Mike to kind of see how things are going, and I understand that they're on schedule, which is very exciting. That roof's been leaking for a long time. So yeah, so the roof is gonna have repairs done that it needs done, so that it can support, I think, having a generator up there. But if
Oh,
it's
the
in this,
generator's gonna go on the roof?
yeah, if it's in this budget, that means there's been a pretty in-depth conversation between the board chair and Mike, and it's on schedule, things are going on schedule enough to project it to happen in fiscal year 24.
Good. And
More exciting stuff, yeah.
by board chair, you're referring to Fred Cowan?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Anything else?
No, that was my only question.
Councilor Woodley?
Couple just general
Sure,
questions.
of course.
First, I had no idea that there wasn't a generator. And I know that you have expanded hours at times to help people with different things.
Mhm.
So that's critical. I think it's important. Thank you for taking people in that aren't just seniors. What, do you have any demographic information on who's using this center compared to the census? Like, can we do more outreach? Can we be helpful in that? Those sorts of things.
Yeah, so one of the great things about the software that we use, the database system that we use, is that it was specifically designed to provide the state executive office of elder affairs, who gives us our most substantial grant. They give us that formula grant, that they require an annual report that requests all of those statistics. And that particular software program, I just press a button and it gives them all of those details for an annual report that they need. And I talked to the mayor's office a lot about, about figures like that, about usage and how we're doing with just kind of stuff that might be a little more anecdotal, how many people came to this or that event. And but yeah, we do have data. We're in the process of trying to better get our arms around that. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to get Natalia to get that activities and volunteer coordinator. I'm kind of a little bit of a data nerd, and I haven't been able to quench my data nerd thirst yet. So we're gonna have the folks from My Senior Center come in and give us a presentation. I came into the position with no overlap from my predecessor, so it was just right, jump in. So, and I am pretty good with databases, but I feel like I need to better know how to utilize that to produce the kind of reports that you're talking about, so that we know how to best kind of to use our resources. You know what I mean? Like if a certain, and who's being reached, right? How many, is one program just reaching the same 12 people and they're really loving it? Or is another program that maybe has fewer resources reaching, a wider variety of people? Those are all the kind of questions that I'll be looking to answer. And we are working right now with My Senior Center to try to nail down a date to get a training to come in. They're going to train me to be kind of like the power user, and then train the rest of the staff to be able to use the system very well for their individual things that they'll be doing in that system. So
My nerd side, I'm very interested in this when you do have it.
Data,
Just-
yeah.
it's actually helpful.
Yeah.
You have I didn't know she was working with the Italian.
Moshe.
I know her name, maiden name. She worked at the hospital.
She
for a long
did.
time.
She
And I
did.
wonder, does that give you an extra tool in a way because of the services that she provided there, especially with Mass Health and things like that? Does that either give you responsibility or ability to provide additional services with her network?
Well, I have to say, we're very lucky in that Julie Smith, our outreach coordinator, is a Shine counselor. And she provides all those Shine counseling services. Natalia, actually, when we were going through the interview process, one of the things I wanted to make sure of with Natalia was that she'd be able to not do those things.
I get
So the value added, I think, that we get with her, not only is that she's got the perfect demeanor and a great background for it, but for a lot of the seniors, she is going to be a familiar face. And that's going to be a blessing and a curse, because the familiarity is great. It'll make them feel like they already know her, because they do. But they might ask her those type of questions. And I'm working with her to make sure that she's comfortable with with saying, well, that's what my colleague Julie does now. I don't do that anymore. And Julie's so fantastically competent at it that, you know, that we have faith that that's going to be working. And Natalia's fine with handing that off because so far she's really enjoying the activities and volunteer coordination part.
Awesome.
Yeah, but the seniors are loving seeing the familiar face too.
What
So-
is the age range, not the age range, what's the limit? Like, it could be 60, 55, where's that point where you can?
So our official membership kind of guidelines are 60 plus or 50 plus if you're a person with a disability. And you can self-identify as a person with a disability. We don't ask what the disability is. We don't ask you to prove it. We just take your word for it. If you self-identify as a person with a disability, then you could be a member at 50 plus.
Last question, do we do outreach as people graduate to that age on the birthdays or something? We do some sort of specific, now you qualify. for this.
That's what I've been wanting to do. That's why I'm excited about that 4,600 is we're gonna do stuff like that. So I've been working, I just reached out to Dave Holden and we're gonna start to do a welcome kit for everybody moving into any of the senior housing. We're gonna put like, you know, a newsletter. We want to get some kind of branded like tchotchke that lets just to remember us, you know, just something that they'll continue to see. So like a branded tchotchke, a newsletter, just a little booklet that we're going to develop that says what each of the staff members, like a picture, this is me, this is the type of things I do, this is what Julie does. This is our, you know, like our mission statement that just kind of tells people a little bit more about what we do. So we've already got that in the works with Dave Holden. We are starting to work with the Gloucester, the contributory retirement system to make sure that when people retire from within the city mechanism, because we do know that the city is a major employer here in the city, so that when people retire, that we give them a little package of, hey, here's what the senior center does, because we know they're old enough, they're our demographic. They're going to be really good to mine for volunteers too, I think, is to work with them to see if we can get some good volunteers. So yeah, but there's more that we could do, and that's why I'm excited to have that line item in there, because there's more that we will do.
Let us know how we can help.
Yep, thank you.
One other question I had is that I know with budget and finance, it seems like every other month or every other meeting, we're accepting more contributions to the Council on Aging. That's a revenue item, so it doesn't look like here, but how do you
Right.
offset that in terms of how that's spent?
Yeah, so the donations account is for kind of, yeah, is for a lot of those things that some people might not really want to see the tax dollars spent, depending on their philosophy on how tax dollars should be spent. But some of those things, the donations account pays for the exercise instructors, any of our celebrations. The seniors really love the celebrations that we have. We get great entertainment. We've got Motown Monday coming up for Older Americans Month, and that's going to pay the DJ. And that, as far as oversight, Councilor Memhard, if that's what you're wondering about, I think the real oversight mechanism for that is Kenny. Where's Kenny?
Kenny
Kenny.
is always looking
Kenny's-
over your shoulder.
Yeah, Kenny's always
Literally.
looking over. Yeah, we do. We get things rejected. He'll be like, nope, can't do that, Alicia. And I'll be like, okay. So, but mostly I'm starting to get a good feel, because the donations account is kind of new too, but we're getting a good feel for the types of things that Kenny's gonna be okay with and not be okay with. But it does pay for a lot of the niceties, the things that I really believe honor the intention of those donations. I think when those donations come in, I perceive that to be a way that the community wants to express their love and support for senior citizens by giving us some money that we can have to provide some of those extra things that maybe wouldn't appropriately come from tax dollars.
Discretionary, yeah.
So I want to make sure that I honor the intention of those donations and provide things that are really gonna be more on the delight and enrichment end of things than on the, you know, real basic kind of human need end of things. Yeah, did that answer your question?
In large part, yes, thank you. And how does that donations account dovetail with the historical role of the Friends Council on Aging played with their
Yeah.
fundraising and contributions to your program?
Yeah, well, the donations account came to be because the Friends had some concerns about, they had some liability concerns that had come up, and they pulled back funding for a couple things. And that left me kind of wondering how to keep doing those things, because they were important things like exercise instruction. Particularly, that was like one of the big ones, was exercise instruction, all of it really, all the parties that we throw, our celebrations, everything. So that's when we kind of conceived and opened up the donations account. That's still very much in morphing. That's a very fluid situation right now, Councilor Memhard. Am I at liberty to to talk any more about that?
More than
So-
happy to, I'd be happy to. The mayor's office recently did receive an email from Howard Frisch, the chair of the board, that I think the Friends Board voted to dissolve. So I'm not sure what, the mayor's had a follow-up conversation with him, thank him for all of his service, and we will, we'll move forward and figure out what that looks like. Elise has a lot of good ideas for a lot of energetic people in the community who might be wanting to take on a similar role. So it's like hot off the presses news from, must have been right around the fire last week, because I haven't thought about it. So, and it was post budget, so we've got some work to do to figure out. how it's gonna-
Right, thank you for that information. Other questions?
No questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm gonna make the motion that Department 541, our Council on Aging, Budget and Finance Committee would recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the Council on Aging as follows. Personal services, $147,551. Ordinary maintenance, $42,193. And capital outlay, $35,000. For a departmental total, Council on Aging of $224,744, and I so move. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further questions or comments? No? I know you're abstained from this, but any input?
No, I totally support this
And
budget.
is Councillor O'Hara still with us?
No.
Okay. Very good.
Your board chair is online, so
Yeah.
thank you, Fred.
Yeah. Hey, Fred.
Fred.
Hi, Fred.
Hey, Fred. Where are you?
Well, you can't see him. He's in the attendees.
Fred's looking over our shoulders too. Thanks, Fred.
I'm, yeah, very lucky to have the whole COA board that I have. They're amazing. Yeah, it's really great. Val.
I was gonna say, we have another COA board member.
Betty is here.
Betty.
Oh, yeah, Betty's here too.
Welcome.
Yeah, sorry, Betty. Yeah, the whole board is fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm very lucky.
Well, we're all very lucky.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll all be under your arm at some point or another.
Yes, yes. Come on down. Come on down. We have fun down there.
Pretending. Denial. So the motion's been made and the motion's been seconded and there's no further discussion. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. The budget is approved as presented. Thank you very, very much, Elise.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Let's go finish my lunch. My sandwich. Yum. All right, have a great afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have a lovely walk back over there. It's nice out.
Betty, thanks.
Bye, Fred. Bye, Betty. Bye.
Yeah, send her along.
Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you.
David, you want to move forward? Sure. Front row seats.
Front row seats. How is everybody doing? Long morning.
25.
Uh,
25, we're going to conservation first.
We can go.
Sounds good to me.
What is it, 171?
Are we talking about page number or?
Page number
25.
Page 25. All right, protocol. You want me to just run through line by line?
Oh, yeah, this
It's
is
my-
Dave's
My
first
first
budget.
rodeo here, so.
No, it's probably like every other budget presentation you've done another, wear their hats.
All right. All right. Jumping right in, page 25, conservation. There's a modest increase in salaries, 3.2% from onboarding a new conservation agent and assistant clerk. So enforcement is up, complaints are way down, so we're very happy with that.
Thank you.
You're also spearheading the Clover initiative. So also very happy about that. It's going very well. We're Mass Audubon. so
Thank you.
That's a great highlight. Moving down, you'll see a 50% increase in ordinary maintenance. That looks very large, but that's mainly to cover the upfront cost of legal fees. So the more filings we have, the more legal fees we have to cover. That money does come back in once the legal fees are then paid by the applicant, but we do need to cover upfront to the newspaper. Additionally, the ads are getting more costly as it is, so explains the increase in that. Other than that, no changes. It's a pretty small one.
Question, so the enforcement has gone up because we're fully staffed, is that?
I think so. We're getting more calls and the calls are being expeditiously directed to the conservation office. So people are getting through better. The word is out there that we're fully staffed in that office. So they're responding in a timely manner.
I know that this a little bit, the hours of operation for the availability of conservation agent, is that expanded in office or not?
They have expanded, they do, tend to do field visits, so they try to align themselves with the building office in terms of when everybody's there. So if you have a question about building, you can also hit conservation. If you're putting a deck on, you kind of do a little bit of one-stop shopping.
If I may, through the chair, that was through last year's budget, we changed that supported position into a beyond an admin and brought it full-time, so that's, we have definitely reaped the benefits.
Yeah, and as a ward counselor, I hear that, where previously there was a real concern that conservation enforcement wasn't being followed up on as much as it deserved to be, at least in some people's opinions, watching their neighbors coming out of COVID and all the home improvement projects.
It was a fun
Everyone's at
time.
home.
Yeah,
It's a
but
real fun time.
the fact that you've been able to budget the increase and found great staff to fulfill that really makes, considering the workload that department has.
Busiest one in the Commonwealth.
That's just excellent. And also thanks from the point of view of all of our constituents who are part of the Plover Ambassador monitoring program, and the fact that they have a chance to interface now with the mayor's office's support with Mass Wildlife.
It's been excellent so far.
Okay, so you said that our office, our Gloucester Conservation Commission is the busiest in the Commonwealth, and that's some sort of statistic the Commonwealth's.
Permits filed.
From the number of filings,
We
yeah.
should have that sign on the door or something. There's an understanding that there's a big demand.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of this is catch-up work from when you didn't have someone, between.
It's all a new building going on.
There's a lot of new building. I mean, there's a lot of coastal resources, obviously, as you're aware, but we have a lot of inland wetlands too, so significant number of communities don't even deal with the whole coastal aspect of it. So piers and docks and all that doesn't even come into play. So our filings are significantly higher.
I have a new beaver in mind.
All right.
Was he permitted? Or she?
I don't know, she just started taking stuff down and building stuff up.
They'll do that.
Made a dam.
Permit.
Yes,
So
I
that
do
you
have
were to
building
get a
office.
permit. I've learned the health department issues permits to deal with beavers.
I think we can do
Next.
controls.
She's learning in the health department.
But it's quite a new addition and entertaining attraction.
Okay. And then next would be community development.
Page 26, yep, moving into community development. So I think as was previously mentioned last week, I believe, at the health department meeting, we're moving over a grants manager position to combine those two for the both departments. The health department gets a significant amount of grant funding, as do we, not the least of which is an entitlement from the federal government. So we're combining those positions, hopefully to expand that division going forward to get a better handle on all the grants that are coming into the city. That is most of the increase there, in addition to the sustainability coordinator position, which has been brought up to full-time from last year.
Can I ask some questions on that section instead of wait till we get to the end?
Yeah.
Can you help me understand how, I think, Jill, you probably did a lot with the grants department when you were with community development, I'm sure you still do now. I'm a department head, am I responsible, not me, but like, would I be responsible for finding and applying for grants myself, or do I sort of pass stuff to a specialist?
It's really a combination effort, and it kind of depends on some of them. So one, in community development, we have the entitlement grant, so that one don't have to apply for. But then within community development, health department, fire does a good job. Harbor Master finds them, we each have our specialty areas and have the connections with those state departments where a lot of ours come from. So really people are finding their own grants to support their mission, and the vision behind this, kind of bringing the grants administration division together under one roof, is that then we can bring together the specialty work and the knowledge behind the administration of it, right? All the financial systems. So the federal government has stamped or has a grants.gov. We need to have one password and one user who then manages that. And we found that we were in a pretty bad state when somebody moved on from their position and we didn't have that. So we're trying to take kind of the financial part of it, not the policy, not the things that are advancing each department's mission that each department looks for, but we're trying to take the financial piece and really funnel it all to one area of expertise. Led by Jamie Corliss and Grace McCann over there right now. They're incredible. I think the grants And I know from being in the health department, Chelsea, the prevention coordinator, I mean, they're invaluable to her. And it's one of those things, you know your work and you know your subject matter, but you don't necessarily know how to project a budget and all the above. And then Dave, this was something I had started and we kind of handed it over to Dave, and we're learning a lot, I'd say, as we go. Health was a natural first one to bring under this division, so it's kind of a test balloon and we still have a lot to learn, but the benefits so far have been great. But we do lack, and at some point, the vision is to have an actual grants writer, because most of the people program specific and subject matter specific people are paid by a certain grant, which doesn't allow for much time to look for other grants, right? So you'll see some in both health in here, partially funded through the general fund, so that allows for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just one council, I would encourage you, the mayor's office in general, to say the grants person pays for themselves 10 times over. I also know that there's some department heads who are really good at their job and not necessarily, I'm terrible at paperwork person, so some people are better at that, and it makes sense to centralize that. The last question is, I think some communities outsource grant writing. Is that a contracted thing that we do or could do?
We could do. I don't know if you want to speak to your.
We could, I don't have personal experience with outsourcing, but something that we could look into.
They do in the private sector, but not in the public sector.
You guys have other questions, thank you.
Councilor Gross? Councilor Gilman?
No, thank you.
All right, continue on.
Yes, please.
All right, down to the longevity item that went down 10%. We had a staff transfer, I guess you'd say, out of the department. Running through, as you can see, pretty much no change. The largest was that increase to personnel. Moving over to page 27. We are staffing up. We're staffing up with more professional staff. We're adding sustainability to our divisions as well. So all of these buckets, I'd say, on this page, the ones that have increases are more or less due to professional memberships, for dues and memberships, travel for conferences, and office supplies, modest increase of $200, though it looks bigger than it is. So overall, just a 1.1% increase.
Drinking water for the department is a big line item.
We do service our department as well as a few others.
I was just joking, I mean, put that on a piece of paper.
But only if I may, Chair. I just wanted to highlight the sustainability projects piece in the purchase of services.
So we did break out in purchase of services a separate line for grant matching for sustainability. Gemma Wilkins, our sustainability coordinator, has been doing an excellent job. She's already paid for herself in the short time she's been here. I think she'll, to your point earlier, pay for herself many times over in terms of the personnel. And this would just be for matching funds going forward for anything she applies for.
Only 12.5, is that the number we're looking at?
It is 12.5. I mean, obviously, if you want to increase it, I'll
Careful what you say.
They can't anyway. We often, so this was something that I learned early on as community development director from John, is if we need more than that, if we find a grant that needs additional grant funding, that's where John usually says, we'll find the money. And for what does he always say? If I get $1 for every dollar we spend, we'll find it from another place and transfer it.
One more question, sustainability coordinator. Did the position that she left get filled, or is that to be filled?
It's getting very close. It's not filled yet.
So from a budget standpoint, right now, there's no additional cost, so I'm viewing the position might be a higher pay, I don't know, but it's a new position, not a really new cost yet until you hire the replacement person.
What was her previous title?
Staff planning.
And that might be coming out next year's budget.
It's right here.
Page
It's
26.
right under sustainability coordinator on
Okay.
salaries.
Thank you. Sure.
Jumping to page 85 now, the tourism budget. Everybody get that? All right. So there's a, again, small increase of 3.2% in salaries. That's mainly due to expanded hours for the 400, that's stage 4 park at the Windermere Center. Obviously, want to keep that very well staffed in place and get them up and running for this year. So that was mainly the increase there. Going down, we had a large increase for utilities from our provider for internet and phone over at the visitors center. We're hoping to move away from that going forward. I have some promising lead from IT that they may be able to service that, but for this year, it needs to be in the budget until we make that transfer. And then scrolling down, all the rest of zeros until you get to the committee for the arts. Proposed increase to 5,000, which is a 25% increase for grant matching services, as well as the inventory work that they've been doing. They've been putting in a lot of hard work on their own without funding. It'd be great to get them a little bit of money so they can go to either state or other resources to complete their work that they're doing.
And obviously, the Harbour Town and Rockingham Cultural Council District doesn't reflect the state support.
Does not reflect the state support. This is city support for those programs.
Does that come to them directly or is it passed through the city?
The state money. It is a pass through us from Mass Cultural Council.
You accept it.
Yeah.
You accept it. That's pretty much that. Any questions?
Councilor Woodley, Councilor Gross. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you.
We did a lot for a small amount of budget. I think about
Hope so.
the impact of tourism on our community, and it's just a small piece of the budget. So looks like we're doing this well. Oh, do we have a tourism commission? I know there's a sentence in here that says that there's $4,000 for support of the tourism. I think yes.
Yeah, it's not currently appointed, it's not currently full. And one of those reasons is and Councillor Cox was really helpful in this, and so it's the former chamber director and the former Discover Gloucester, working really hard to determine what's the role of the tourism commission, the chamber, the destination marketing organization, how do they all work together, and how do we not overcommit volunteers, right? So we have a volunteer board in tourism through Discover Gloucester, volunteers on the tourism committee at the chamber. Those are really the same people that we would appoint to this tourism commission. So we're still kind of wrestling with what that looks like and what that means, how we can make their time impactful and worth their while to be a volunteer, get more of their time. So
I have served on all three of those boards at different times, one after three, and it's just a lot of duplication, unfortunately. So good luck sorting that out.
Okay. Proceed with the motions, please, Dave. So, the first one would be Department 171, Conservation Commission. I would move for Budget and Finance Committee to recommend that the State Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal services, $119,790. Ordinary maintenance, $20,000 for departmental total for Conservation Commission of $139,790, and I so move. Second. Made and seconded. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, or all those in favor? Aye. No roll call vote. We're all here. We're all here. Post Zoom. I hear a unanimous vote of support with no opposition. And, so moved. The second department is number 181, Community Development. Budget and Finance Committee would vote to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for community development as follows. Personal services, $700,959. Ordinary maintenance, $117,450. For a departmental total for community development of $818,409, and I so moved.
Second.
This is made and seconded. Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then lastly, but getting a lot of attention this summer, Department 563, our Tourism Commission. Budget and Finance would vote to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year appropriations for 2024 for Tourism Commission as follows. Personal services, $21,500. Ordinary maintenance, $130,000. The departmental total for Tourism Commission of $151,500, and I so move.
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion or question? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much, David.
All right, thank you, Fred.
Wasn't so bad for the first time, right?
Wasn't so bad, just gotta pull the Band-Aid, right?
It's like a nice haircut for us too.
I dressed up, I got a haircut. I know. We'll see what happens next year.
That's right. Different council.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Is TJ in the neighborhood or?
I don't know.
I know. Someone around.
It was.
So I'm leaving early.
Can't escape us. He has left.
Tell him to get back here.
I see you got on until 3, didn't you?
No,
We shifted it around.
yeah, I found out last week, you have to print out the agenda.
So
That one isn't.
It's Waterways Enterprise Fund,
That one
Harbor
isn't
Master
quite
and
accurate.
Shellfish.
So it's not mayor next.
Mayor is afterwards, 2:30. Followed by treasurer, collector, debt service.
Chad could probably do this too.
Others and stuff.
Back then. So do we want to do, there's not much to the mayor's budget.
I think we can do the mayor's.
Okay.
There's not much to it.
Kenny, he gives me a tutorial.
Oh, don't let the mayor's office hear that. Oh, excuse me.
So we want mayor.
The community development budget was much more fun. The mayor's office budget.
In the mayor's, what page is that on?
It's page 3.
Department 121.
Tab 2.
Tab 2, page 3.
This is where all the pork is, right?
Yeah, clearly.
You're only gonna get one meal out of this.
Exactly. So the mayor's budget,
Skinny bacon.
is skinny bacon, let's call it that, right? So obviously, personal services is just the increases that we get related to, or actually none of us are in unions, but we all follow the cost of living increases that the unions get, either GMAA or AFSCME. Purchase services, no changes. I will say we do have increased requests, obviously around the 400th for fireworks and those types of support. Let's see, the biggest thing you will see out of here is the contingency emergency line item. Last year, this is where the CFO recommended we put some of the funding, actually to speak to what you were asking earlier, Councilor Worthley, it's when we settle a contract, how do we fund it? That was why that line item was so large last year. This year, we don't give much more to the schools, so we don't have as much to put in there, so that's where the biggest change is. But as John said, we will find other places, to fund those contracts. To meet those contractual obligations, and I'll be in front of you.
Are there fewer contracts to settle this year?
So we still have,
Size wise.
Police-
Could be
police
more
patrol-
units, but.
police patrolmen, so that's gonna be big. So that will, and we're hoping the timing on that will work out before June 30th, so that's where a big chunk of what's remaining here will go to fund that. We have ASME A, which is essentially the DPW laborers. And we'll probably need a little bit of this for that settlement, but just the nature of the DPW personnel lines, there's always vacancies, so there's lag money there. So in the past, when we settled the ASME A contracts, we found pretty much budget money to fund those without having to do a lot of transfers back and forth. So we're hopeful that that will also turn out to be the case this year, if in fact we can get that one over the finish line too before June 30th.
And we are just kicking off GMAA. So AFSCME and patrol and all of that was technically last year. This fiscal year is technically GMAA, which are our middle managers.
So their contract is up this June 30 coming.
Was it 3-year contracts?
Most of them are 3-year contracts. The GMAA was actually a 3 and a 1, or 1 and a 3. Kind of wanted to there was a desire to kind of get it off cycle. And that now is being rethought.
And I think we're gonna end up, I think we're gonna end up with another one anyway with them because we're doing that classification and compensation. Yeah, so we'll probably end up with another one to see what comes back. And again, something you guys will see. So we'll see how that goes.
Mhm.
'Cause there may be some significant changes.
Councilor Gross. Really digging into the mayor's office budget.
I am. Assistant to the CAO, is that sort of the constituent services position?
Yeah, so
It's just a little mislabeled.
oh, that's old. Yeah, that didn't, John puts in the narrative, so we'll get that fixed. Because we also thought we updated this to reflect the increase. Oh, you did in the mayor. Anyway, that's old language. We'll get it cleaned up, but that is the communications and.
The final number is the same though, the 381,095.
Yeah, the numbers are the same.
That's constituent services.
Constituent services and communications, that's Pam Topi's position. But if you want to fund an assistant to the CAO.
Unpaid interns.
Well, you don't have an assistant?
No.
I'm sorry, I spoke.
I can ask Chris if he's available. I don't think he is.
Yeah, we have, the mayor has an executive assistant, but I mean, Melissa's fantastic and she supports the whole office. So no, there's 4 of us.
I'm impressed.
We're a lean, you wouldn't be if you saw how many emails I have.
I can't imagine you do all that you do without an assistant. I just.
We have a great team and a great group of department heads.
And when you go home, your kids help.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions, Counselor?
Well, we can knock this one out.
Well, if you want to, I think a couple of years ago, this was a hot potato item, and we dragged this one around and around.
I think you might be doing the department. That's us.
You could.
A more of a
Councilor
cut, the 2 of us.
So, Department 121, Executive City Mayor. Budget and Finance would recommend to move that the City Council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the executive / city mayor as follows. Personal services, $383,745. Ordinary maintenance, $124,500. For departmental total, executive city mayor, $508,000 and $508,245. And I so move.
Second.
Seconded, any further discussion? Hearing none, last call. All those in favor? Aye. No, we just eliminated the harbor masters division. Motion passes unanimously.
Please go and take care of those master's jobs.
Catch your breath.
Thank you for getting here so quickly.
No problem.
We figured you were way out on the other side of the harbor and.
No, we were putting some new signage and fixing some stuff down at the ramps.
This is your slow time. Right?
Yeah, real slow.
So. The Waterways Enterprise Fund and Harbor Master and Shellfish, what tab do we start with here?
Tab 5.
So it's all the way at the back.
Budget, the little tabs that each department need in the book. You just see it and flip.
What do you think, Sid?
Cost more money.
I don't recommend
Yeah, what do
asking
you
God
think?
for that in a year he didn't have administrative
What do you
support.
think yourself?
Oh, I'm holding him.
Council will give you a call. You can come in and. put the
That's
tabs
okay,
on.
I'm not- What page are you looking for?
You're looking
All the way to the
all the way
back,
to the back, page 1.
tab 5.
It was green last year, it's orange this year.
Okay, page one. Got it.
So again, this is an enterprise fund, so we have both revenues and expenditures too.
We're gonna start with revenues.
Yeah. why don't we start with that?
When you're ready.
I think the chairman's looking for it.
I'm not seeing it.
I think we're confusing water, waterways.
Waterways.
Right.
Waterways.
Page
So-
5.
There you go.
It's
There's
actually
there's an
5.1.
orange tab
Keep
under
going.
tab 5.
Go all the way back here.
Oh,
Follow our
And then
instructions.
page back.
7,000.
You guys need Kenny to sit next to you. 'cause
Page
he's
one,
helping
this
me out
No, they
as
just-
well.
I had,
I saw $7 million.
No, it's account number 492 at the back of the book. Water,
Got it.
Waterways Board.
Were any counselors on the call?
Tim Toby is, the chair of the school committee, Kathy Florence is, and Julie Taladoris is.
No, I'm all set, thank you. Ready to roll?
I'm just looking for it in the other.
Page,
page 12.
yes. Thank you.
We need a navigator here. Nautical navigator. Okay, got it.
Okay,
Yes, we are here, you are here. Let's go.
we're all here.
Boogie.
Okay, revenues, pretty standard. Couple increases here and there on projected revenues. A lot of the changes we just made to chapter 10 do not reflect this because they weren't passed at the time the budget was made. It's not gonna really change, tens of thousands of dollars, so probably will be thousands of dollars worth of additional revenue hopefully collected throughout all of our changes. Couple to highlight here, transient moorings. Again, I budget pretty conservative on these revenues and expenditures because if it rains 3 or 4 weekends in July, then our revenue is gonna be off.
Or all of July.
Or all of July.
Or like,
So we're kind of, in some aspect, kind of weather dependent on the budget, so I try to keep everything, even though we, and we retain it at the end of the year, so anyways, I try to keep the numbers somewhat conservative in here. Launch fee increase, we got a second launch, I anticipate, we've already started adding more moorings out in Southeast Harbor, 10 in the last week. So second launch, the passes, that's a little increase there.
more transients or
More private.
personal?
Yeah, we got 50 people on the wait list out there, believe it or not. So
Did we increase transient moorings? Sorry.
I haven't increased any transients. We added 2 out there last year. I'd like to add some more in the future, but nothing as of right now. Maybe in July. Let's see, transient mooring revenue, I always budget a little light. We end up doing a little better, so I bumped that up this year. Last year was probably our stagnant year. We had no real growth actually last year, but I pretty much attribute that to fuel prices. So we didn't really lose, but we didn't really gain. We've had a pretty significant increase over the last 5 years in transit revenue, but fuel prices were ridiculous last year, so we lost some of those folks. But that's up like just a hair. Let's see, that's pretty much the gist of it. Everything else is pretty flat line. We will have a few increases for next year's budget as we've changed some fee structures for chapter 10, but those are again not reflected in this budget. Questions on that?
I have a question on waitlist fee collections are down. Is that because we're getting people off the wait list?
Yes,
And we also limited them to the amount of
correct.
areas they could select.
So we're getting people off the wait list by issuing moorings, and we're also, the system is designed now, it's pretty bulletproof, that if you don't pay within a certain time period, it kicks you off automatically. So you get 3 chances to pay, and then you get a hard copy in the mail, which we just sent out. We got about 80 people who still have yet to pay, cutoff's June 1. Everything's automated through email, but then we do send a final reminder via paper. And if you still haven't paid by then, June 1st, the system moves you off. So it's pretty efficient now. You know exactly who's coming and who's going.
That's the fee to stay on the wait.
Correct. This costs $10 a year. It's an administrative fee to stay on the wait list. After March, that comes out October 15th. You have till March 1st to pay. If you don't pay, there's a $50 late fee. And then if you don't pay again by June 1st, you're gone. That's it. But we give people 6 months to pay and about five reminders, so there's really no excuse come June
It's an
1st.
interesting idea, to get $5,500 a year for people waiting.
Yeah,
Get there.
yeah, it's pretty common practice. I mean, it does take some work to keep up the lists and administratively, and so it's a decent fee. Marinas have it, we have
We've
it.
been doing it for probably over 20 years,
Yeah,
almost as long as the waterways board's been around, they've been doing it.
yeah, it's pretty common practice to have a wait list in the marine world. Some marinas charging $50 a year to be on the
It's
list.
$10 a year to be on a list to get the thing, the prized possession that you want to
Yeah,
get.
sure.
I don't know.
Could be decades.
Yeah,
That's true.
it could be, but
We
it's kind of a
don't-
nominal
We don't
fee.
have to pay interest on their deposit.
No. Nope. That's pretty much it for revenues. If someone's got anything else.
Just in general, just so I understand this, you're projecting about $100,000 more in revenue than original budget from last year and revised budget and actual. Okay.
Well, so some of the numbers are a little skewed, and I'll tell you why, because obviously the municipal government budget runs July 1st to July 1st. We take in a lot of the ramp, for instance, takes in a lot of money from right now till July 1st, right? We saw our, so your actual numbers, it's a little
Oh, I can.
misleading, you know what I'm saying? Because we're taking that money in now so if you come back and check this 2022 actual in June 30th, it'll be much higher because we're taking in that revenue now. So,
But it's still, hang on, but it's still $100,000 more than budgeted too, it looks like. Right, you see, we look at the same kind of document where, I do understand that because we haven't collected the money in May or June yet, that would. 2020 original budget was 588.
that's because I've added supplemental appropriations, right, over the last, so I've added to that through supplemental appropriations through the process, DNF. So retained earnings at the end of the year, I go for supplemental appropriations out of my retained earnings and it adds to that number.
Yeah,
Because you're at 542 now. But
Yeah.
The bulk to come the next 2 months.
I believe that's because of SAs, right, John?
yeah, you came in with a lot of those.
I came with a lot this year.
We didn't keep track. We didn't-
No, but it's not all spent either, right? We saved some of
I
it
get
too.
it, I get it. Just wanted to see. Thank you.
Okay, and then on the expenditure side,
Go right on to expenditures here. I'll just highlight some big differences. Every year I come up short on seasonal part-time help, money wise. Just one thing or another, there's some kind of big event or this year's the 400, there's a lot more events, a lot more presence. Plus we have 2 new assets that everyone needs trained on, which is 2 or 3 extra guys a day for the next 4 weeks. Starting next week, we have to train all these people. So I wanted to kind of bump that up a little bit this year and maybe not have such a shortfall and have to come to you folks in the fall, but I probably still will, but at least we gave ourselves a little more buffer. So that's that 26%. The rest of it's, let's see here. Purchase and services, that's 21% increase. That's purely off of just the cost of purchase and services. Grass cutting is up, the mooring service vendors, everything's up. So we kind of got preliminary numbers when I was putting this together from contractors that we use.
You maintain the land part too.
We maintain all the public landing grass services. So here, this is out of Solomon Jacobs Park. Done fudging the boat ramp, that's a big one. Hodgkins Cove, inner and outer, Lobster Cove, both of them there, Lanes Cove. Yeah, all the.
I would have thought that came out of DPW, but I guess it's waterways related.
It's a public landing and it's just kind of been out of our budget forever.
Public landing.
It's public landing. I mean, we pay for it. So, yeah.
It's an enterprise fund and.
Yeah, we pay for the public
It's
landing.
assets.
We got a pretty decent amount of stuff too, that we take care of. Yeah, that's that. We have mooring information system. We pay how that works. We have a total outside third-party system that runs pretty much the entire department. It goes up every year, but it goes up because we add more permits to it, so that's good. We get charged $5 per permit that's in the system. like a flat fee, and that gives you the base. There's no like subscription model. It's just $5 per permit in the system. So that number keeps jumping up every year, but that's actually good because we're adding more permits to the system and taking in more revenue. So let's see. Here.
Also with that system, we own.
Correct. We own all the actual physical information in it, so if we ever decide to depart, which we won't, because if that system departs, I'll probably depart because it's so valuable to me and how I run this whole operation. I'm not kidding. If someone pulled that out from underneath me right now, I'd probably go with it. It's perfect. It's you have to have it. Before we were using about 7 different programs. This one program does everything and it keeps track of everything, and it's our daily logs and fines and mooring permits, and just now we've had it for 5 years, so we've actually built a database. So it's so good now that guys actually can go on patrol. If they see something that has a discrepancy, they can take a photo of it with an iPad and it automatically uploads to whoever's profile. So it's pretty efficient. It allows us to keep better track of mooring areas, so then in return we can add more areas. So it's really great.
IT, there's no escaping.
There's no escaping it.
Our guy from the old Lotus.
Yeah,
System.
it's pretty good, even to the point where I can, when we send bills out, and people say that they didn't receive them, we can actually see how many times you physically open the invoice. Oh, yeah. No, I can tell. I've had people come in and say, I never got it. And I'll sit there and verify their email address with them, and we'll go back and forth for a minute. And I'll be like, really? Because you opened the email 7 times. In fact, you opened it right before you came in here and said you never got it. So it's pretty good.
That's just not fair.
Yeah. They're not used to that from the old Lotus, you know. Right, Tony?
Lotus 1, 2, 3.
But yeah, it's a really good program.
Carbon
It tracks everything, and now we've had it for 5 years, so we actually have like a legit database of
Excellent.
historical information, and that'll just keep growing over the years. So,
Does the software offer some upgrades to it, or is it?
yep, it's every year, it's upgraded, it's totally supported, it's, they just relaunched a new version, which is totally mobile now, which they had some hiccups on, and it's kind of it's actually pretty much the standard now. The entire state of Maine, they have a one association in Maine. Massachusetts has 3, Harbor Masters Association. Their whole association adopted it, so the whole state of Maine's using it now. It's actually really good. Like if something happens here and like your boat gets stolen, we can put it out and it goes to everybody else to keep people like a BOLO type of deal. And also for other uses besides that, but it's really good program.
We were early adopters too.
Very early adopters of that.
That was a game changer.
That was a game changer. It was just too much stuff for the city to kind of take on as an adopt. It's just too unique to like Viewpoint or anything else. So third party was the way to go on that. Motor gas and oil. It's motor gas and oil. It's expensive. That's a increase on that. We're running a second launch this year. So that's that increase, and try to reflect the price of fuel.
It's interesting that your department, as an enterprise fund, pays its own insurance for the coverage of your department.
Yeah, which seems to creep up every year, but that insurance policy is mainly comprised of the 2 commercial marinas and then the public landings are in there. The bulk majority of that premium is the commercial marinas. I would say 2/3, and then the other third is the public landing liability policy, and it covers the launch as well.
Yeah.
Passengers on the launch. That's probably the other third. In-state travel looks ridiculous at a 1,900% increase. That's because I've never budgeted anything for it, but we did use some of it this year, so I just decided to put a few dollars in there. So we're not doing OBTs, ordinary budget transfers. And that's a wrap on that. We have one capital outlay. We've been trying to get a second truck for about 2 years now. We're still not even close to getting a second truck. But the price of the truck is significantly more expensive, probably about 50% than it was when we originally budgeted. So that's that increase on the capital improvements, but other than that, that's that. Questions, comments, concerns?
Gentlemen, Val?
Question.
Sure.
No question on how you're spending, but you want to repitch it. This is a question for you, Mr. Mayor's office, or the Waterways Board. Is there an effort to increase moorings with a goal per year, or how do you?
Yeah, so originally there was just there, so Gloucester has about 22 mooring areas that are broken up over 65 miles coastline, okay? So in the past, it was very hard to get a whole great picture on everything all at once. Over the last 5 years, with the help of that program and being able to survey and create a database, we're able to keep track of these things much better than they have in the past. So we've added well over 150 moorings to all 22 of those mooring areas. And that's excluding Southeast Harbor. That was another at least 50 or 60 by itself. So almost 200 moorings citywide.
Are you able to access and utilize this new GIS software that we just upgraded?
Yes, I am. I use that all the time for a variety of things. People saying that things were there for 20 years and I just go back and look and they weren't there last year, that kind of stuff. But we also, our system Mooring Info actually has a GIS in the background as well. So we've spent an exorbitant amount of time actually gathering real latitudes and longitudes for moorings and put them in the system. And now it maps all the mooring areas. So I can physically just go on and instead of going out trying to survey and playing the tides, you can go on and actually look and be like, oh, there's some potential space here, and then go out and verifying it, which saves a ton of time. It's much more efficient. So we added all those. So now we're kind of at a point besides Southeast Harbor, which is its own animal off Niles Beach. We're kind of at a point now where we're at an attrition rate. So it's almost a 1-for-1. So we have pretty much all of our areas totally full, which weren't in the past. And all the gaps have been filled and we have 100% accountability on reporting. So pretty much at this point, if a mooring gets turned in, it gets reissued almost in the same week. We don't really have a surplus of spots and stuff anymore. So that's kind of how it works now. But there was a giant push, and that's kind of where you saw the revenues drop on the wait list, is because we issued all these moorings and got people off the wait list. So it's we're pretty much at a 1-for-1 now. And we've also worked with our local mooring vendors to try to better grid areas to create more room essentially. So it's definitely not an exact science. It's more of a fluid situation, but we've got it down. We've got it down pretty packed at this point.
Is there still a mooring area to be expanded over by the Boulevard and State Fort Park in that corner there? Or not?
No, so that was never actual.
There was talk at one point about having a pier out there.
Yeah, I know. I kind of wish that had happened at the time. I don't know whatever that was.
Not the fishing pier?
Yeah, the state was going to pay for that, weren't they?
Yeah, city council code.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because that would have been cool.
City council.
Yeah, at one point, the state offered to pay for a fishing pier off the
I
boulevard,
remember
which would have
seeing the plans at one point. It was fascinating.
been awesome. I used to be stationed in North Carolina and those things are every
They have
15
everything.
miles down the coast. Would have been cool, but it's either here or there now. It was before my time. I
I'll
think.
put it on the to-do wish list.
Yeah, exactly.
Order my swim float off Niles.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. So we do have city moorings over there though. A lot of that area is actually eelgrass now. And it was a restoration area, so we kind of try to stay away from that. Try to play nice with the marine fisheries folks. But yeah, we're at a 1-for-1 pretty much now.
There's a question about Magnolia Beach area. I know it's far from
Oh, that's
you.
a horror show.
That was a long way from you.
No, but they have to move all their moorings, they have to move all their boats to every storm.
Every store. That doesn't belong to us.
I think Manchester offered some, I don't know, I just hear these conversations.
Yeah, so there was some talk one time about Manchester
That's
potentially.
a side
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. It's
It's not really
dead.
about budget.
It's not about
Yeah,
budget.
it's dead.
It could be if we have one more. It's a dead conversation.
Yeah, no, it's it's not working.
That's fair.
I do have a question. So you have $42,467 in here for your debt service, so we borrowed the money for for the launch and for the, is that what that's for?
The timing is still up in the air,
But this is just, so it's a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah, timing is up in the air. I did request reimbursement last week for the boat through FEMA. It was received. I don't know how long that takes, but be on the lookout for that check. It's like 285,000
Yeah, it'll
and change.
come in as a wire, but
Okay, we'll be on the lookout for that wire.
so, yeah, we're gonna be playing catch up next week
Yeah, I'm sure.
like crazy.
Yeah,
So,
but I did request the reimbursement, so.
And in your assistant harbor masters, do you still have the survey? Do you still have a personnel doing surveys on the moorings?
Yep,
to
so Jim Marshall,
Real
real time.
locations?
Yep, so, and then we target areas, like I know that there's some room in Little River to add a few moorings this year, maybe 5, from what I can tell. So I give him target areas to focus on first, but he does do a 100% accountability survey every year now. And that's where that system comes into play, where if something's wrong or there's whatever the case may be, he can upload it on the boat in real time and it immediately goes into our database and then we can kind of take action on it. But that's happening every year until Jim Marshall doesn't work here anymore.
Can he use the work boat or is he used?
Use the work boat.
He doesn't have to use, so he needs nothing but his phone.
Needs nothing but an iPad from the watch room and his phone and a handheld GPS and he goes to work. He does like 1 or 2 a week all summer.
Yeah, that's been.
For sure. For sure. And we've got actual real latitudes and longitudes, not about, like they're actually. And one of the mooring vendors who's doing the whole harbor now.
Counselor Gilman is leading the meeting.
Thank you all.
Thank
Good job.
One of our mooring vendors, who's the city we use, actually and is doing all of this area now, all the personal moorings to Dirt. Gave him all of Southeast. Dirt's not really leaving the river anymore. I don't blame him. He has a sub-foot accuracy GPS. So when he pulls a mooring up to a short stay, which is straight up and down, because moorings have a bunch of chains swing, which can affect obviously latitude, longitude, the scope of the area could be up to 100 feet. So that's a big deal when you're trying to put moorings in a small spot. He actually pulls the chain tight and he has a sub-foot GPS. So regular DGPS that a civilian has or on your phone has like a 9 to 15 foot accuracy, believe it or not. He has a sub-foot accuracy, military grade GPS for gridding.
So that's gonna help the current.
Oh, yeah, everything. It's like he pulls the chain tight. The antenna is
exactly where the.
So he actually pulls the mooring slap tight until it's at a short stay, straight up and down. And the antenna for the sub-foot GPS is over the point. So we have like our points are exactly where those moorings are, which is really good.
Space.
Yes. So.
Other questions here?
No, we could go on for all day. but-
Yeah, we could. Yeah, it is interesting. It's fascinating. The next department, I guess, would be the shellfish.
No, we have to vote this one.
I can do them together or separate. whichever you like.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's all one department. it's just separate
So
budgets.
that's on page 56, department number 96.
Back to tab 2.
Tab 2. Shellfish control.
Sorry. Once everyone's there. Good? No.
So good.
Pretty small one here, nothing too crazy. Few small increases on supplies and signage and stuff like that. But other than that, I mean, his budget remains pretty consistent. There's some dues increases for the Massachusetts Shellfish Constable Association. And some other equipment, a little more in overtime. We seem to have more and more incidences where the shellfish folks have to come in for sewage discharge overloads or some case of red tide, or just recently there was a decent sized fuel spill in Lobster Cove, about 20 gallons that came out of a boat that they had to come in and deal with. So we increased his overtime budget a little bit. They work a lot and around, they don't have a set schedule. They're champs about it. They play the tides and the weekends and stuff like that. So we increased his overtime budget just a hair for that kind of stuff. As far as that goes,
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. A few little increases on supplies, but they did a shellfish restoration project this year. It was successful, actually. They took a historically dead area of the beginning of the Jones Creek, which is Jim Journey Flat. And they laid nets down to catch seed, and it actually worked, and that'll be a sustainable shellfish area.
Is that a model that they can replicate in other areas? now?
Yes, yep. So it was, I don't know exactly who it was in conjunction with. They got nets given to them, I think by UMass. It was a grant. The grant, it was a grant that they got, and they implemented. They did a great job, so it worked.
You sound a little surprised too. like-
I was a little surprised. It's just, there's a lot of current in there, and that's why shellfish had like the seeding. There's just so much current. It's the mouth of the Jones, the initial entrance, and when shellfish seed, they just get swept out of that area. But they netted it down, which was able to catch the seed, and now since it's a seeded area, it should sustain itself. So yeah, I am a little surprised. I was a little. They did a great job. It was a lot of work. They laid nets all over the marsh, and if anyone's walked out in the mud, Jones's Creek, it's no easy task to get around. So, but yeah, it works. That's good. And they've taken up other initiatives. We're working with them and the state on a maybe a potential eelgrass restoration project.
What about ribbed mussels?
I would love to put rib mussels everywhere because the bivalves are great filtration. It could potentially solve some problems in areas where we have semi-polluted water. But the seed is just impossible to get right now. Pete's talking to some people down in Rhode Island, maybe potentially about getting some rib mussels. We use blue rib mussels because there's no market to like eat them or anything, so people leave them alone.
Not edible, they can't.
But I will tell you, we get a grant for green crabs every year. The green crab population has been significantly reduced over the last 3 years in the Annisquam River. There's still lots of green crabs, but it definitely has been significantly reduced. And the way you can tell it's been significantly reduced is because there's mussel beds popping up again. That's a primary food source for green crabs. So 20 years ago, there was mussel beds everywhere. And then as the green crab population got even worse and worse and worse, and nothing was done about it, they eat all the mussels. The mussels clean the water, but now you're seeing mussel beds pop up all over the place that were not there 2 or 3 years ago, which tells me that the green crab trapping is working. So, and that's also filtration from the water, which is a win-win. So they got good work. They're doing good work.
Does that create an opportunity potentially for Creek?
It's being studied. Pete has worked with the Clean the Creek folks and been a real advocate for the ribbed mussels as a long-term environmentally sound filtration program. And I thought there were some sources just north of us.
Yeah, he's working on getting the seed. It's not as easy as we thought, but he's definitely still on it. I mean, they filter the water. I think each blue mussel filters like 3 gallons of water or something a day, and you put like millions of them in there. So it's not like an insignificant situation here. I mean, bivalves filter water. That's what they do.
Actually, is there a green crab? I don't know if green crabs are near the creek. That's
I'm
not-
sure there's probably some green crabs back there, but a lot of green crabs also cause significant damage to the marsh. People are like, oh, the boat wakes, the boat wakes. It's not the boat wakes at all. Marsh is pretty resilient to wind and tide wake. It's actually the green crab. So when you go up and down the river and you look at the creek, at the marsh, and you see holes in it, that's not from wave action. That's actually green crabs tunnel into that. That's where they live. And then they tunnel in, and then water gets in there and it erodes and the marsh collapses. So getting rid of green crabs is good on like 3 or 4 different fronts. Yeah.
So you talked about overtime. Do we get reimbursed if there's a mammal stranding? Just Rebecca's a licensed mammal person.
We don't, it's more of a partnership situation. She's like primary, like, and then Noah comes and kind of takes over. But it's more of a partnership than a reimbursement. But it's, it doesn't happen too often.
No, it doesn't.
Talking
There
about
was
those.
a couple of years ago, it was like.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we had a couple of issues. But,
Yeah, it was all the same.
Yeah, she's
family
certified.
with
Actually,
dolphins, but-
half of our department is now certified for marine mammal entanglement, to unentangle. We all went through the NOAA training, because it does happen time to time. So probably 75% of us are certified. There is a team out of Provincetown, but it takes them forever to get here, and it's a volunteer situation, so the state, the feds decided to let locals, local authorities, harbor masters and stuff like that, do the training to be able to untangle marine life legally, so.
I just, again, not directly budget related, excuse me, but a number of years back, we had inundation of those filtration discs from the sewerage.
They still pop up from time to time.
And now they're up over in your neighborhood on the north side, we had some styrofoam blocks that are, I don't know if there's a backstory to the inundation of styrofoam chips that's showing up on the.
I have no idea.
Shores.
No, I'm not sure.
For
The discs still pop up though. Every once in a while, I scuba dive on my spare time and I find them, from time to time. They call them the lobster traps.
So
too.
my kids used to, pick up hundreds of them.
Yeah, I mean, millions of them got released.
Oh, yeah, they were. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, they found those all the way over in France, which is crazy if you think about like how
Yeah.
trash and tide
Yeah.
and stuff works. It's like, that's a long ways.
I wonder if the styrofoam is from all the building that's going on, because I know they did a house next to me with the spray foam, and the cutoffs.
Yeah.
Filled the dumpster.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
that's what it is.
so I wonder if, a dumpster's sitting there.
I'm not aware of that.
And I know also a house down the end of my street, right on the water, they had styrofoam that they were gonna have under the slab, and it all blew up.
Okay, that's probably what it is.
So I would say it's more construction.
So the building
Construction.
building inspectional services, not a harbor master.
Yeah.
But it could be
Well, if it
coming
goes on the
from
water, we'll do it.
Ipswich or New Hampshire. or-
Could be. Yeah, it's crazy how stuff travels. That's pretty much it.
Anything else here? So we have 3 votes. The first is the Waterways Enterprise Appropriations. And Budget and Finance would recommend the City Council. City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 Waterways Enterprise Appropriations as follows. Personal Services, $401,155. Ordinary Maintenance, $244,160. Capital Outlay, $17,000. And Debt Service of $42,467 for a total, the total adjusted here, is that
That's the current total is there, 704.
704,782, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then on the flip side, Waterways Enterprise Revenues. Committee recommendation for Budget and Finance to the City Council would be to approve fiscal year 2024 Waterways Enterprise revenues follows as total revenues, again, $704,782, and I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then going back to Shellfish Control, Department 296. Budget and Finance Committee would recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the Shellfish Control as follows. Personal Services, $133,850. Ordinary Maintenance, $25,850. Departmental total, $159,692, and I so move.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes. Unanimously. There's some red mussels and green crabs. A la mode.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Hey,
Thank you, TJ. Get back out in the open air.
I know.
You can save some money in terms of air conditioning.
I have it off. I have
It's just
it,
the
and I
fan.
I didn't touch the machine.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't start with me. No, I don't know how to do it.
On the hob.
I turned off the air conditioning.
This one's still on
It's
a
just-
little bit. It's just
Oh,
a
yeah,
fan.
It's just the fan.
It's just blowing air temperature.
Yeah,
Yeah,
room temperature.
71 degrees in here.
It doesn't feel that way.
It does not feel that way.
Shut the
I have pants on.
Shut
You
the
could
fan
cut it
off.
all off and open the
Well, no,
windows
then it
a
gets
bit.
stuffy.
And the city, we were hearing Monday night's meeting with all that hot air going on. You were all getting punchy, 2 hours in.
That you can believe.
Oh, okay.
I thought I wasn't here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, TJ. I watched it yesterday. I caught up.
Can we shut it off?
You want to shut it all the way
I don't
off?
want to.
Yeah, shut it
I
off.
just think it's gonna get a little stuffy, but we can turn it back up.
Turn it back on. So it's funny, last night when you were leaving.
Maybe just right now, feeling like constant breeze. Cold.
I thought
I thought I was putting a sweater
Maybe I
on.
can.
You were the only one.
72 degrees outside.
You missed all that stuff.
I don't know, it doesn't go all the way up.
Well,
Although
I got
Sherry
fan,
enjoyed
heat,
your
pool.
bakery items.
Yeah.
Drying.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny, we
It's
talked
great
about that.
treat.
I made it the day before.
Nope, it might be
It was
part of
earlier
the
than
central
that. Was it
system.
the day before or the earlier? Was it earlier that day? It was
You
earlier
did
that
that
day.
because
No, it was
that's-
Thursday.
Yeah, reception managers.
How's your shortbread, Tony?
My shortbread?
Yeah, you and Tony Lasso.
I don't. Oh, Ted, you mean. Ted.
We'll call
Ted
him,
Lasso.
we'll call him Tony Lasso.
Tony Lasso, the baker.
What's next, folks?
I don't know. John.
All right,
it's from here to
so-
closing.
Why don't we go to page 12? if you would? All the way back. Yeah, to page 12.
Out of control.
All right, so first account is the main salary line for the treasurer collector's office,
Department 145.
Department 145.
So saved a few bucks, huh?
Yeah. You know, the department's in a bit of flux right now, so I did the best I could to figure out where people are gonna get slotted. We have,
People getting slaughtered.
yeah. It's what it feels like sometimes, and I was being slaughtered, yes. So there is complete turnover in the payroll office. So Cliff Cook has retired after many years of acting as payroll supervisor. Peggy Nicolosi is going to be retiring in another month, maybe 5 weeks. So the two positions there are turning over. I've had some turnover in the treasurer's office. I may have some turnover in the collector's office. So it's an interesting time. I'm not quite sure where the dust is going to settle, but you know, there is a overall reduction in the main salary line.
Not budgeting to carry for replacement at this time.
I think I've got everybody there that should be there. But again, I'm not quite sure. You know, one of the things that, you know, we're finding across the city, and it's not just here in Gloucester, is that you put a job opening out there and you find out that, you know, everybody wants to come in at the very top of the range. And that's kind of not where we start our budgeting from. So, you know, I'm not quite sure as we, you know, move around and start to refill these positions where they're all going to end up. And I fully expect that, you know, given the fact that it's mid-May, that when I have a position open, it's not going to be full for all of next year. So, you know, there will be some back and forth there. I did increase the second line here. 512,000,000, just to account for a place to put the beach sticker sales clerks. And, this is something, again, that could evolve over time and could look very different this time next year than where we're going to be right now. So again, both of these lines are fairly fluid, and I expect some changes before we come back and do this again next year. Longevity didn't change from the current year budget. Sick buyback, sick incentive. So all of those basically remain the same. And what we have is total personnel cost decreasing by a little bit over 3%. Going on to ordinary expenditures, legal services. Most of this goes to tax title collection, but there are also some bankruptcy issues and some land takings and a variety of other things that may flow through here. Bank charges, we managed to basically avoid bank charges pretty well for the past couple of years. So I was able to reduce this. Supplies, level budgeted, state travel level budgeted, as is dues and memberships. So total ordinary expenditures are down 3.7%. And the bond issuance costs at the bottom of page 13 stay pretty much the same from year to year. So we're basically expending $25,000 to $30,000 a year on various things. Some of it's reporting, some of it's fees from Clean Water Trust, and some of it is just, again, betterment admin fees, some debt shift fees, mostly, again, associated with Clean Water Trust borrowings. So that's it. The entire department budget is projected to be down about 3.2%.
Yeah, Jill must really like you.
This year.
Sounds like you got some work to do to stabilize the department going forward.
Well, yeah, a couple of odd things happened. And it's not just here. It is resoundingly across the municipal employment sector. If you go on the MMA website and look at job opportunities, there's pages. It's just all over the place. And like I said, what we're finding, we found this out not just here, but we found out when we were negotiating with the ASME B unit, the DPW laborers, is you can't hire somebody at the lower end of the salary. They're useless. So just
Not the person, the grid.
no, the grid.
Or the
No, not the
people
person, no, not
too.
the people, the grade, but again, you've got these steps on the lower end and of the grades, and you
Are
can't go on.
those grades indexed periodically? Is that
Well, that's what we're doing. So that's kind of what we're looking at now, and
allow you to budget?
basically,
better.
trying to redo the grid to make it.
While keeping an eye on the future, so you don't price yourself.
Right, exactly. So, but again, if you look, there's what we're seeing in the municipal employment sector is what has been seen in the private sector. People, got past the pandemic and then said, I really want to do this anymore. And then there's openings all over the place.
Questions for CFO? Done?
I have just one question for your department. It may not be for your department. We've asked this a couple of times in ways I think Councilman Memard, you guys have as well, but potentially using tax bills and water sewer bills as a way to communicate some message with the mayor's office, council, just overall. And I just see bill printing, pre-printed billing off forms, so I feel like this might be a place I can ask that question. It probably has nothing to do with you.
Well,
Policy.
no, it does. You know, there's the Department of Revenue, Division of Local Services are very protective and very restrictive about what you can potentially send out in the tax bill in the mailing. And there's not much. There's much more flexibility in water and sewer bills. So really then it's just a matter of cost. You know, if we're going to put one insert in, there's going to be a cost for doing the insertion, but there really shouldn't be any increase in the postage. We're able to get two pieces of paper. You know, if we start to get thinking about maybe putting, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 pages in each water and sewer bill, then it will have an impact on the postage. But right now, you know, just the impact of getting, you know, the mail house to print an extra sheet or 2 of paper, or to print on both sides, because they're printing on both sides anyway, for the bill, and then inserting them in the envelope, no big deal.
Appreciate that. Is it no big deal? Like, who makes that decision?
Well, it would really have to be the mayor's office to make that decision. I mean, that's not, you know, I can tell you if there's any restriction, you know, that if you want to mail something out, that no, that's not appropriate. But whether there's going to be anything included within those bills is really the purview of my friend here and her boss and my boss. So yeah, it's really the mayor's office to make that decision.
Because, you know, especially where we're struggling with the high cost and lack of availability of some legal notices. Discuss it some way. It requires some specific planning to fit your quarterly
I think-
schedule.
I think legal notices is probably the least likely to ever go out in a water bill, because most of those meetings, 48-hour postings, sometimes it's 2
Yep.
weeks for a public hearing or
Yep.
something, but
Yep.
to try to coordinate those schedules with
Well,
their mailing of
intentionally,
the
but not
bills.
very practical.
Yeah, we have to get the data to the mail house, you know, 14, 21 days before they actually hit the mail. So, you know, there's not, you know, by the time we get the information down there, and it hits the mail, and, you know, we've been tracking it. I mean, mail is taking 10 days to get delivered. You know, we're not.
That's a priority
We're not,
too.
we're not putting stamps on it up here at City Hall and then dragging it over to the post office next door.
Yes, yeah.
You know, this is actually a company in Rhode Island that's doing the mail prep for us, the bill prep, and then putting the mailing from Rhode Island. So it's 10 days.
So I was thinking, so I appreciate the legal notice thing, there's so many, everything's in flux. Did the council continue meeting now? Whatever, you know, that was outdated, right? But I know the city spends money, for example, we have like the trash and recycling newsletter that goes out. I think what can be recycled, can't, is that a savings if we can find a way to get that into something else? Or I don't know if the city census and this runs the city clerk's office, is there another opportunity to say, okay, we're gonna be mailing this to everybody? I don't know, it does sound like a lot of work to coordinate. And I don't know if there's much savings, but I think that there's value in communicating more in general, and it could be important numbers you can know in the city or something like that. So it just something keeps coming up, and I don't know where or how that conversation ever gets moved forward or not.
If the council is able to reach some agreement with the mayor's office regarding how we're handling the maintenance of private roads, for example. I mean, we have a detailed page on the DPW website explaining to people how to, that could be reproduced and sent out on an annual basis to, we're talking about outreach to realtors on the same subject to try and better educate and inform new homeowners coming to the town. Right? We heard last night again, you know, people's dissatisfaction about not realizing they live on a private road or don't have access to full service water. It's just a way of communicating with constituencies and residents.
And I think Elisa's comment about reaching out to people, programs available at the senior center, that could be one of the annual mailing is one of the 4 quarterly. Again, it takes coordination, but it might just be another way to do it. Although, I don't know there'll be a lot of savings, because if we're talking about
Again, is this,
$5,500, well, look at the budget, $500 in prepaid
Yeah,
billing
that's-
forms,
that's his
11,000.
real budget, though. You did, you start adding stuff in the envelope, costs go up.
Yeah, so you've got
Or take
you've
it
got the
from somewhere else.
stationery, you got the envelopes, you've got,
Printing and insertion.
you got the printing cost, the machinery to put the, stationery in the envelope and seal it, and get it hauled over to the post office. So, there's a fair amount to it.
So water bill go from Rhode Island also? So they would have to be doing all this.
They would really have to. do
So
it.
you're gonna see a significant increase in that contract.
Well, no, hold on, so it would come out of something else. They were mailing all these other things other times. Right, it would come out of something else, so it would be a net. Out of net loss, net savings, it would be close. And these companies are built for this, they know how to, okay, you wanna have something in, here's what it is.
They'll do whatever
Pay them to do it.
whatever we pay them to do, yeah. So, as long as they have a PO for whatever the estimated amount of the service is, they'll do it. It's just, again, a question of whether something proposed is appropriate to go within a bill. A fair number of years ago, I had complaints in another community because something was enclosed with water and sewer bills. And, a couple of people felt, I don't want this in my bill.
Or they might have mistaken it and thrown it out because they
Yeah,
thought it was
so, and
not the water sewer
yeah,
bill.
So,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Particularly with an
So,
older community, you would have that, you could possibly have that.
Again,
I
no
know
matter,
myself.
no matter what you do, somebody's gonna complain, or some buddies are gonna complain.
I think it's a good concept, but again, we're not gonna fix it, address it
No.
here tonight, this afternoon.
Can't put Meineke or Sullivan Tire ads in.
No. Coupons.
So are you ready for the treasurer's collector's office?
Buy 3, get 1 free.
Buy 1 gallon, get 4 free.
So Department 145, treasurer collector. Financial representative, city council approved the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the treasurer collector's office as follows. Services, $702,460. Ordinary maintenance, $209,375. Debt service, $30,000 total, $941,835. Nice and move.
Second.
Seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
What would you like to do next, John?
Thank you. Okay, so if we go to page 89, debt service. Right, so we have here, long-term principal debt service on the first line, interest on long-term debt, and then interest on bands or bond anticipation notes. So kind of the regular back and forth with long-term debt. That really hasn't changed that much year to year. The bigger difference here is in the band debt. And what happens here is when we issue band debt, depending on where the interest rates are, oftentimes you will get what they call a bond premium. And what that does is that on the face of it, it increases the interest rate on that band. So it's easier for the broker to resell. What happens is we issue, for example, $1 million worth of band debt. But what we get is $1.1 million, and there's $100,000 worth of premium in there. So when we pay it, it kind of comes out in the wash. So we are still only paying 2%. But when they go to resell it, it looks like they're selling at 5%. So it's nobody's, it's not magic or anything. It's just easier to sell it, even though the yield is going to remain the same. So we have a big number here for band debt that is coming due in September. But when we review revenue, you'll see that bond premium come back in. So that kind of skews this a little bit. I will make a comment that some of the bond debt that has been added to the schedule this year, about 500,000 of that bond debt is attributable to school projects. So again, another thing that, what we see is the appropriation, the single line appropriation for the schools. What we don't often see is all of the other school costs that are buried, throughout the rest of the budget here. What happens at the school department has to have a school end of year report that gets submitted to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education each year. And that report grosses up all of the other expenses that are school related, but not necessarily in the direct school budget.
That report comes
So
out
that- And that's really substantial.
It's well.
this year.
So it's over, it's over 10 million bucks. And that would include debt service associated with schools. So we have, two of the things that layered in debt service for 2024 are security issues at the high school and in O'Malley, and the renovations to the two elementary schools, the modulars. So again, we don't see that because we don't have that detail here, but it's out there, and it does. We do catch it, and it goes into the school end of year report, and then it becomes part of what the city spends on net school spending.
It's almost $19 million.
That would include West Parish too,
Yes.
and all utility costs.
And it'll
The
include
DPW custodians, all
right.
a big chunk of the DPW budget.
Yep. Insurances, liability insurances, health insurance coverage for retired math teachers, all sorts of things. Dotted throughout.
Out of district students.
Yep.
Vocational school,
Vocational school,
the resource officer,
It's a long list.
the pension costs.
pension, pension assessment. So yeah, there's
Paris.
Kenny's time, my time, the mayor's time, your time. It's all involved in, if it was a regional school, you have to kind of think of, if it was a regional school district, that school district would have to have all the support that is spread across the city. Yeah. So that is debt service. You want to vote on these as we go
Sure.
through? Might be a little bit easier.
You have a question?
On the debt service, it is what it is, right? But I've asked a couple of times ways, and I feel like I'm never asking at the right time. It's probably the same case now, but if you could direct me, that'd be helpful. I appreciate that. Do we have a way of capturing what our total debt is, long-term, short-term, and what's coming off as the time goes by? Do we have a report that shows that, so we can?
There's not a report per se, but if you want the totality of debt, you can take a look at the annual comprehensive financial report. So they're up there within the footnotes, is extensive information on how much debt is out there. And there are also repayment schedules. Now, again, can be kind of difficult to see because we have water debt, we have sewer debt, we have CPA debt, we have rink debt, we're gonna have waterways debt. And then we have water and sewer debt that's on the general fund. So, as you go through these, you have to understand there's no place that you can go within these budget information to match up exactly what's in the audited financial statements.
I've always wanted, and again, probably not possible, to have, whenever we have a loan authorization for us, for commensurate word, whether it be tax rate, water rate, sewer rate, equivalent, that's gonna cost X more dollars per 1,000 gallons or whatever the rate is. So that when we do this and then the water rate issue comes up, or the sewer rate issue comes up, we have a, as a council, we can say, yeah, we are raising a rate because we invested more into infrastructure. Every time I ask this, it's sort of like, well, it's timing issues, there's short-term, long-term, and it just becomes kind of no, but I wish there's a way to say, yeah, this, for every $1 million you borrow, it's gonna cost X amount more on water.
No, I mean, you can do it, just a general rule of thumb, and I don't want to go into this too much. General rule of thumb is you issue debt for 20 years, particularly if it's water or sewer debt, maybe 25 years. So if you're issuing $3 million, if it's a $3 million project, then it's going to cost $150,000 per year for principal. One of my general rules of thumb is that in that first couple of years, you're going to double it. So that $3 million project is going to cost you $300,000 in each of the first couple of years until it starts to run off and the interest rate decreases.
There's just some math that I'm not capable of doing, say, and that equals X on the water rate, for example. It should be helpful, I think, because it comes up and people say water rate's high, sewer rate's high, and it'd be nice to say, and we got this, or we voted these, because otherwise it's just numbers.
So we can maybe, if you really want to talk water and sewer, we still have to review those next week. And they'll be handing out sheets that show how the rate is being derived for 2024. We kind of talk about what the impact is.
In answer to Councilor Wortley's question or big picture concern, I believe that every 2 or 3 years, you've been able to provide budget and finance with a spreadsheet that shows basically a 20-year amortization of debt service as anticipated.
And we can.
What drops off, what comes on.
We can do that again. Yep. Right.
I know it's a lot of work. I've been part of that process, Jan, I didn't see it. It doesn't relate to this. Thank you for entertaining.
Yep. So debt service, Department 700. Budget and Finance would move to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for debt service as follows: ordinary maintenance, $12,477,833. Total the same, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. Next department on the next page, page 90. State and county assessments. So this is where we are in the state budget process right now. This is directly from the House Ways and Means Committee. Got the information right before we went to print for the budget. So this is the various assessments. Air pollution, MAPC, the non-renewal, charter tuition. The big one is out of district school tuition. Generally, that's the biggest one across the state. And then regional transportation for both CADA and for rail transportation. So these are all direct charges at the state level. And again, we won't know, we'll probably have already passed the budget at the council level before the state agrees on what it's going to be. So, any questions on assessments?
Counselors?
One question. When parent choices their student out of the school system, the cost is reflected in, out of the, I guess, the city side.
Mhm.
I don't know why they always, I guess it's not the first I've ever heard. It surprised me when I hear it.
Just the way the state works.
Yeah, state.
They don't have a whole lot of it.
Oh, I just understand. So
It's the home district.
So yes, the charge goes to the city or town. The incoming revenue for people choicing in goes to the school committee. Just the way
it's
it
a
is.
state law.
Yep.
See, I always thought there'd be some incentive from the school side. Let's try to get those people the choice back in.
No, there always is.
But I mean,
There always is.
but they don't,
Because it reflects on the total
on
budget.
the income, but like there's no, oh yes. But they don't see it directly. If this were to be cut.
Yeah, they
back,
do. And they do.
Yeah, again, so this is another one where even though the charge appears in the city side general fund, it goes into the school end of year report because it's a cost.
Yes.
It's based off the
And it-
October first enrollment of the
And
prior
that
year.
also goes into the foundation that the state looks at to see what the city's supposed to be spending on schools.
Mhm.
So, yes.
So it is counted.
Oh, yes. Oh,
A
yes.
couple different ways, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, don't you worry. It's.
I wasn't worried. I was just trying to see.
And I don't want to, but it's kind of a weird school choice creature, and who knows what's going to happen, because, you know, we have one neighboring district that wouldn't survive without school choice, and they ran a half-page ad this year.
Mhm.
You know, it's
There's one way of addressing the problem. There could be other ways to address it, but that's what
could be.
we're working with.
But
But what I was trying to get at is, again, this is not what this school committee or this school or this superintendent, it's not that, okay? But if I'm the superintendent, and I never will be, and I saw people choicing out,
they've always done surveys, they've done aggressively
no,
trying
no,
to
I'm saying-
recapture.
wait, so you'd go back to this school committee, that I'm not
I'm
saying.
going back to just traditional, how it's always worked. Where you're going is, they're not doing it, is what you're saying,
You're
by
implying. what I'm
asking
saying.
that question.
I haven't asked the question yet, so you're implying it and answering
Okay.
it, but I'm debating your answer on something that's not what I'm
Alright.
asking. So I don't want to continue
Go
if I can't ask questions.
Go ahead.
So you'd like to tie the reward with the activity, right? Or the punishment with the activity. And I'm not talking about anybody being rewarded or punished personally. But you'd like to say, I did a great job, this school committee, this superintendent, because we reduced choicing out. And as a result, we've got $2 million more in our budget. But there's no direct correlation there. Right?
Except you'd have to incur extraordinary additional costs to provide the services that they were choosing out to.
Well, that's the killer though, here.
It's a
You
special.
take
case.
these kids out of all across our district. So it's like 2-3 kids per classroom. So no, you're not reducing our costs while taking out this $2 million. We haven't reduced our cost because it's spread throughout
No, I-
the 13
If we
grades.
got them back, but we wouldn't incur more.
We would not incur, very rarely.
What we would save. a lot.
We'd save a lot of money, and we've tried very aggressively, the schools have tried to capture the parents to bring them back, but there's a perception that's been perpetrated on the streets of Gloucester that, you know, while we do a much better job than our neighboring
Absolutely.
districts, that we don't. So it's not about. So,
I just wish we could say.
I have heard this question asked for 25 plus years by
Exactly.
hundreds of people, and I have not heard an answer yet. So if I assume this is kind of just one of those questions, but I don't think anybody in this room can answer it.
But if all the kids at choice out were choice back in, the parents, right? This $2 million number would go away. Would it cost $2 million more in the school department to educate
No,
the same students?
that's what I'm telling you.
Right,
is they
and so it would be
don't
great
say
if that $2 million could go back to the schools if they could reach that
But
standard.
it would.
But again, Counselor, as I said, this question has been asked by many over the
It's not
years.
linear.
It's so, yeah, I mean, if you could figure out a way to do it, that'd be great. And you could probably patent it and retire.
Yeah. So
So good luck with that.
Let's
Let me
work
know,
on
let
that.
me know what you're thinking.
I mean, if you have to say no. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't,
it's,
I can't solve the problem.
It's, yeah. it-
No, it's not
Unless you have a
our fault.
solution, believe me, it's been going at from every angle.
And Tony, I just want to make sure, you know, me asking it isn't saying someone's not doing it.
But it is.
No, it's not. I'm not trying to be critical, of that's why I say not this superintendent.
Seriously.
and Tony's response is that a lot of people have worked very hard to try and
Right.
address it. And
Go-
Let's
go-
go,
no,
let's
we
go.
recognized.
so we're going to vote on the county assessments.
I recognize you.
On the Department 820, other state and county assessments. And Budget and Finance would recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for other state and county assessments as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,533,469, total the same, and I so move.
Second.
Movement made, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Revenues.
We want to go forward to page 95.
Right there.
So this is the
Gary number.
general fund pension assessment. This also goes across water, sewer, Talbot Rink and waterways. We used to be able to distribute this to some of the grant funds also, but those days are kind of over. But, you know, if there's an opportunity, and if it's okay, you know, with the grant agreement that we can assign some of the pension assessments for the folks working for that grant, then we will do that. But those days kind of are behind us.
So on that, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So if we accept a grant and they say, and there's no matching funds involved, we hire someone with that grant.
Mhm.
And they stay for some period of time that they're vested. The pension cost for that continues even if the grant stops.
Right.
And I love grants, and I love that we can hire people with grants.
So again, I mean, so that's, you know, if, that's always a dilemma you have. If you're gonna accept a grant, is it gonna cover everything? Probably not. You know, and if that, if the people employed by the grant are considered to be full-time employees and members of the pension system, then there will be an assessment eventually associated with that. There will also be health insurance that will be associated with that person's employment as long as they're full-time. And basically, they have to be full-time in order to be a member of the retirement board and get health insurance. So.
Which would not be covered by the grant.
Right.
And be here for a minimum amount of time.
Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't be vested, but,
And the grant would have expired.
you know, in which case,
The
yeah,
health insurance that they're getting now would be current. That would.
The benefit,
yeah,
that's not retirement.
that's not retirement, so, right.
Okay.
So anyway, we've got you know, it's a big number. And so increasing at, you know, 6 to 7% a year, that's, you know, $600,000 to $700,000 on 10 million. So, you know, this is going to continue to move. But, you know, Kenny and I look at this on a regular basis and talk about it, and, you know, we still feel, even though it's going to be difficult, you know, to suck it down, that we would still like to maintain the schedule that we're on to retire this in 2034.
And in 2034 is about $25 million.
22, but yeah, it's up, it's up, yeah, it's up there. Yep, big number.
Yes.
But it's that other year, it's that next year. that is gonna-
Whoever's mayor that year, go.
Sweet. So this is Department 9.
Kenny might still be here then.
Yes.
9, smiling in the back row.
2035, we'll have a pension windfall.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if all goes well.
Yeah, it's gonna be OPEB.
We'll have a birthday cake.
Mhm.
Department 921 pension, regular contributory. Committee recommends that the city council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for pensions / regular contributory as follows. Personal services, $11,832,218, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded, any further discussion, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, next page 96. This is the regional school assessment. It is up 11%. And in this case, this is based on the prelim budget for the Voc School. So they're not too much different when they vote on the final budget. Now, what happens here is that really this is dependent upon how many Gloucester students are enrolled at the Voc School. So it's not necessarily that the Voc School expenditures are increasing by 10 or 11%. It's the fact that the number of students from Gloucester enrolled have increased. So that's really the bigger driver in this whole thing from year to year, or the biggest reduction in the assessment is just the number of students enrolled. Does that change fairly substantially from year to year, either up or down? If it does, then you'll see a big swing here. Otherwise, the swing is 2.5 to 3%.
And we know that in September, October, like how was the timetable on? when
They're,
someone enrolls
they're,
and
they're pretty far in advance because they have to make a commitment. They have to know how many students from each community are requesting enrollment because they can't bring everybody in. So they then, I don't know exactly how they make their decision, but part of it is what programs might those students want to be enrolled in, and is there sufficient room within those programs?
And those letters, that already happened this, like probably not even a month ago, the acceptance letters went out, so it's just a matter of who says yes. There.
So we know what our number is at this point, roughly.
Yes.
Any council questions?
Yeah, John, you're saying that without a change of enrollment, it only goes up 2.5% annually? Because I've seen much greater jumps because they have such autonomy on being able to.
Well, yes, they do.
I mean, they sometimes been just
And certainly.
way out of line.
It's the most expensive type of schooling per student, if you will. But there's not, I mean, it's already up here. Right. So, but it doesn't jump by 10% a year. The increase is already kind of built in. They've been there for 25 years. But the increases from year to year are not all that very much. In terms of their total budget.
And our total number of students roughly is what? I know Val would have been able to answer.
Yeah,
this, right?
she would know. I think it's like 109, maybe. I can check that. But
I took a tour with Val and Kathy Clancy there last year. It really is an awesome program. And the more money per student is really remarkable.
It was 103 last year.
Right.
It's just in the minutes here from last year.
And I think the mayor proposed some new programs for our local. Nursing and medical.
Nursing.
Medical. Yeah, and you should see that in that incoming budget from the
Nice.
school.
And is that a program that's run at North Shore?
No.
Location.
The goal was to, not to duplicate.
I think the question always is if we were to duplicate it, we would do it as well at a lesser cost than we're paying now. Obviously, we're not doing that now.
Typically not because of the facility investment you have to support them at specialized teaching instruction.
No, the goal of the mayor in this case is to make it a stronger partnership than it is right now, right? Right now, it's we pay them money and we send some kids there, but, and we do have, I think, I want to call it the night shift or something. They have a program that some of our students go there in the afternoon. But yeah, really working to build our vocational programs in a way that they can work together and complement each other. And if people don't get into the tech, remind them that there are programs here in Rockville that are quite good.
The big picture is that the expense isn't expensive if those people come back to unless you're starting businesses and, and being educated. But on a, on a piece of paper, it's a lot of money to go out for a student.
Well, we already compete in our other four. Carpentry, they have carpentry there, electrical, they have electrical
They have
there.
electrical,
Automotive, they have automotive, they have machine shop, they got, so we already have, duplications throughout. I would think with the medical one, it's also gonna be a duplication.
I don't think it is there now. I toured there too. I mean,
I
it's-
couldn't that day. I think it might be.
Okay, we move along. Any other questions for? So this is the regional school assessment, department number 942. And Budget Finance would recommend to the city council for approval of the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for regional school assessments for the North Shore Regional Vocational School as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $1,790,170. Total, same. I so move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You.
Thank you, John.
Next up is liability insurance.
That's the next tab. Department 945. Next page, Ron.
So, yep. Page 97. So again, we have a little bit of flexibility here, but and right now we're going to come in a bit under budget for the current year. So I felt comfortable just basically level funding it next year. And we have some things that are going to fall off. So we have some assets that are currently being insured, they're going to fall off. We're going to be saving, for example, on the library, a couple of buildings that are going to be under construction. So there will be, builder's risk won't be held by the city. So we should be reasonably comfortable next fiscal year.
And we're gonna lose St. Anne's too.
St. Anne's will come up too. So
But we'll pick up the other one.
we'll pick up the other one, and that'll be picked up, partway through the year. So it won't be there completely. But yeah, that's gonna be.
And we'll lose these costs.
We'll lose these costs.
This covers City Hall.
Yes.
Oh, we're insured?
Yeah.
Thank
I'd hate to be the broker that sold that and go back to the company and say, well, we got another.
I don't know, it's a minor fire, so.
It's, I mean, the folks who, so we insure through Maya, which is associated with MMA. And, they provide municipal insurance. One of the reasons we're there is because they know what our risks are. They know how to advise us as to where we should be because they're doing, 250 other cities and towns.
So we're a group plan, so if we have a negative experience with using more insurance, it doesn't affect our rates.
Covered.
I mean, eventually it could, but no, I mean, if we were to have a series of the same losses, then, our phone would probably ring and say, hey, don't you learn anything?
Where's your loss control?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, just like any insurance pool, you're gonna have some, an occasional bad year. And that, then people will remember that and forget the other 11 good years that preceded it. Yeah.
I asked a question last week. You said, I think this is the place you said that question could be asked. Is every city employee, is there a liability policy for the city, protects the city from liability of every city employee? Right,
Yes.
health person goes into someone's home and
Mhm.
someone makes an accusation, whether it's true or not, if there's a cost potentially, is the city covered? Say the building inspectors, right down.
Yes, yeah. So again, the other reason for getting our insurance through Maya is because municipalities pretty much all act the same way. We all have inspectors who may go in somebody's home. We all have assessors who go out to somebody's property. We all have school committee members making decisions. We generally all have policemen enforcing the laws. So yeah, those risks are the same. You know, most of us have school buses and school bus drivers and cafeterias serving children and teachers. So
Does it include our volunteers and our boards and commissions?
yes. Okay.
That's good.
No, already did.
So Department 945, liability insurance. Budget Finance rules to recommend the city council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for liability insurance as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $870,000 total, the same. I so move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Shucks. Just let you go with it.
All right, so thank you. And then
Other finance,
other financing uses.
970.
There's only one line here at this point. We do an annual transfer to the school athletics revolving fund for $75,000. That has been in place for as long as I've been around. And then this had come up during the review of the assessors budget. We do a transfer for every 5-year certification of real and personal property that goes to a special revenue fund. It's funded annually such that in the year in which we have to do the certification, the update, there's enough there for us to hire outside contractors to come in and help us do that. So 2 transfers here totaling $105,000.
Questions? So Department 970, other financing uses. This line is comprised of 2 items. One, $75,000 for the athletic revolving fund. 2, $30,000 fiscal year 2026 certification of real and personal property. Budget and Finance moves to recommend the city council approve fiscal year 2024 other financing uses as follows. Transfers from other funds, transfers to other funds, $105,000 total, the same. Nice move.
Second.
Made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Right, thank you. I believe that is it for general fund expenditures.
So OPEB, that's, we've brought Siegel to come in and
Right, yeah.
do the review, so that there is no,
Okay.
there's no appropriation
Okay.
for OPEB. That's
Okay.
typically
That's
done
right.
once free
Got
cash
it.
is certified.
Just it's on the.
We did it to kind of save
Yeah.
time.
Got it. We already did that. We already had a meeting all about that, just
Yep.
about that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay,
So now we have an-
so tab 1. This is general fund revenues. Now, remember, this is the revenues to support both the city general fund expenditures that we just finished reviewing, as well as the school one-line expenditure used by the school committee for school funding. A couple of areas where we've seen some changes, not so, on page 1, the last account here is Opioid settlement money, we didn't budget anything for it this year. We should end up with close to $200,000 by the end of the year. And we're budgeting $100,000 for the next year. So again, this is kind of one of the places that we're looking for, at least in the short term, to support the transfer of the police navigator personnel out of the funds or out of the grant fund into the general fund on the police side. We talked about that a little bit earlier today. So that's where this appears. Next page.
You just say that, note that the Gloucester Crossing and Sand Park payment is turned out.
Yes, yeah.
That was the contribution towards school, towards the bus.
That was actually towards ambulance.
Ambulance.
Yep.
Bills dropped off.
And that's termed. Page 2, the item of note here is the first one. This was the estimated cannabis fees based on community impact fees with cannabis sellers on the retail, both the retail basis and wholesale. When these community impact agreements were originally negotiated a couple of years ago, there was not clear delineation from the Cannabis Control Commission on what could be in those agreements. There has certainly been some updates since then, and many of those agreements have been changed dramatically from what they originally looked like. So we, in fact, changed ours. There was legal action that was proposed. In general, we kind of agreed that realities that a couple of agreements that we had were not really based on, were not really where they should have been. So we redid the agreements and we're looking at revenue in the range of $100,000 for.
We congratulated CAO Destino at the time for his sharp negotiating. So.
Yeah.
Or have to give it back.
Or
lucky we didn't have to give it back. Yeah. Without a lawsuit.
Interestingly enough, those folks agreed to those agreements on the front end in order to erect their neon sign.
Position themselves.
But anyway, they really should have changed. The take was too heavy.
But we weren't levied with a crawback.
No,
going forward.
No, so just going forward, it changed. Yep.
Now, is this increase due to another shop opening?
Yes. Yep.
Road Ave, or as it sounds.
The two have host community agreements.
Yep.
One is the on Essex Ave by the marina, which is under construction. The other one is at Whistle Stop. So, and I don't have an update on when either one of them are expected. But
So I'm not sure I'm reading this right. How did you find that there's an increase?
It's $100,000 in the last one, and it was $70,000.
I see.
And the projected.
Projected, the actual is zero.
The actual is because we don't have it yet.
Right.
They
It's
haven't
not
come
June
on.
30th.
So last year we projected 70,000 income. Hasn't
No,
happened
right
yet.
now, that's
So
what
we're
John did.
projecting 70,000.
The day he printed this, he projected it would be 70,000 this year.
Are we ending fiscal year 23,
Yes.
6 weeks?
Yeah.
So 2023 projection, 70,000.
Yes.
2023 actual zero. Are you projecting we're gonna get 70,000 next 6 weeks?
Yeah, because it comes in as a lump. It's not, we're not collecting this on a weekly
But
basis.
that comes in before this year's over.
That's the expectation.
Maintain their good standing.
And then was it 100,000 because you know there's new one coming on.
Right.
I understand.
Small scale.
So the last account on this particular page is wind turbine revenue. Interestingly enough, the budget is 300,000. We're at 390 right now. I suspect that will be north of 450 by the end of the year. Now, having said that, the primary reason is because we had a spike in electric rates. So
These come to us as credits, right?
pardon me?
These come to us as credits.
We actually get a check.
Oh, we get a check.
We get a check, yes.
And we have to mail that to Paul McGarry in California.
Yeah. Actually, the biggest chunk of those checks when they come in go to Equity Industrial, the
Right.
folks who finance the wind turbines. So, but, you know, we
So is this
basically, we have averaged really pretty close to 300,000 a year since these things came online. You know, again, we'll have kind of a bonus year just because of how kilowatt hour rates have fluxed, but you know, this is done pretty well for the city.
So we're holding bonds on this that we are paying off.
No, we don't have any debt on this at all.
Okay, so this is a
The
net,
the debt is held by Equity Industrial.
but you said the check goes back to them.
Right, so our agreement is that we pay them. National Grid has to pay us. But we then have to pay Equity Industrial. Then there's no debt in our name, but they carry the debt. And our agreement is that we will repay them based on 90% of the first 8 million kilowatt hours that we get reimbursed for from
So
National
how much of
Grid.
this do we get to keep?
We get to keep 10% of it.
So 45,000.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. This is ours.
That is out, okay.
That is-
that's what I was
that is
asking.
ours.
There's actually more to it as
This-
So
well.
this is the net.
This is ours, right.
There's
You
also,
don't
there's
see the
also,
amount that goes to.
You don't see the amount
Yeah.
that, right,
Yeah, got it.
that goes to a
Okay.
special revenue
Yes,
fund
that's
that then
what I-
gets sent
That's what I
to
was getting
Equity
at.
Industrial.
we also have tax revenue that they.
And there's also some tax revenue.
Installations, and it's worth, I think we skipped over it, but highlighting the community impact fee from our short-term rentals, since that's something, again, we recently discussed at council. But we're showing projection potentially of 70,000 versus with an actual 68 last year, or year to date.
Right, and we got 60, so in the 2022 column, we received $66,777, and we had actually transferred from free cash that amount into the
Affordable
Housing Trust.
And that was the first year of the impact fee.
That's right.
No, this was the second year that we did that.
Yeah.
I think it was only about 5,000 or something that year before.
It was the first time it's ever been transferred was 2022, when the mayor started. I would
Right.
I
say
thought
we
talked about 50
accepted that.
50,000.
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, maybe it was,
But
Yeah, I think it wasn't small.
We're in eternal debt to Councillor Cox for her initiative.
Yep.
Getting us involved with this program for the state.
okay, as we move along, page 5, here is the calculation of the tax levy. 2023 levy limit increasing by 2.5%, increasing by 850,000 growth, increasing by the water debt shift, the sewer debt shift, and East Veterans override. So we're projecting tax, real and personal property tax receipts of a little bit over 101 million in 2024. That will be somewhat reduced. Our overlay reserve is 400,000. As we discussed briefly the other day with Nancy, we don't generally use all of that 400,000. Then,
Can we slow down just for a second? 'Cause I'm trying to-
Sure.
It's just, I'm not smart as you, and I want to process this as quickly as I can. The 400,000 is money we're allocating for people who are seeking some form of abatement.
some form of abatement, yep,
And if fewer people seek abatements, we have more left over.
right. So we're basically saying that we're going to exempt $400,000 worth of taxes for a variety of reasons, abatements and exemptions. And in that particular, that 400,000 is basically put aside. If we don't use $400,000 in 1 year, we have overlay reserve, which eventually can be released and used for other general fund purposes, or it will be released and closed out to free cash.
So we have 400,000, and then so was 2022, we used 0 of that for abatements?
Yeah, you don't see the activity here. So this is just an offset. The activity happens within the individual property owner's tax account.
I'm just trying to understand the 400 versus the 0 to 0. for
Yeah,
2022.
you don't see the activity here. So this is just an offset.
It's in another account, the balance sheet that you don't see here.
So do you know off the top of your head how much of the 400,000 we distributed or abated?
What, used this year? Not off the top of my head, but I'm gonna say
Just paying.
250,000.
All right. I can
So
give you-
we've been averaging about 100,000 a year in unused abatement and exemption overlay. Or to put it another way, we've been using 300,000 of it a year on average.
For me, it's the negative number, just, I get a flip in my head. Go back to wind turbines, the wind turbine that's not operating, we don't have an agreement with that one, so it's not costing
We
us.
don't, yeah, no, it's privately owned. They're all privately owned. We actually don't own any of it, but we do not have an agreement with them.
I think it's something in our zoning code that, look, it says if it's not in operation for 6 months, we own it.
And you don't want to.
I don't think we do. but- Cost a lot to get that. All right.
Yeah.
I'm good. Cloud.
Okay. Again, no big changes on pages 6 or 7. These are basically just estimates of penalties and interest.
Just a pilot program, I think,
So the-
council member was talking about tax, the wind turbines, but they don't pay taxes, they do a fee instead.
So basically, energy producing property, whether that be wind turbines or solar panels, if they're installed on city-owned property, are not taxable. But you can have a pilot agreement with the owner of that, of those energy producing equipment.
I understand, thank you.
So no basic changes, nothing on page 8. No real changes to the city clerk fees on page 8 and 9. So if you have questions about these, I'd certainly stop and answer them. As you can see, most of these are 0% changes from the current fiscal year. And frankly, these things don't change all that much from year to year unless we increase the rates associated with a particular activity. We did increase on page 17, we did increase a little bit on the building permits and the electrical permits, only to reflect the fact that they've been running, increasingly ahead of budget for a number of years now. On page 20 is trash fees. And then again, we had a fairly extensive conversation about trash expenditures, trash and recycling expenditures earlier in the day.
Is meter revenue in this section? kiosk and meter revenue?
Yeah, so. Go back to page 14. We'll see,
Go down the page.
432017 on-street parking. And so we expect, so, you know, historically, as a
You're welcome.
Thanks.
So this is just kind of a history of meter revenue and parking fines. And so you can really see that, you know, the effect of getting the kiosks in, getting them up and running the way they should, has had a significant effect on both meter revenue and parking fines. More specifically, if you go back to year 2020, I think that's more indicative of where we're trending back to. And, you know, again, you can kind of see, you know, the past couple of years, the impact has been fairly significant based on, in comparison to historic levels here. So we fully expect that we will be getting back to both revenue collection at the kiosks as well as enforcement of parking fines. And we also expect, you know, we're heading into that season when parking fines become much more popular.
There's some obscure state law that says we can't collect more money, meter revenue than spend in servicing.
Is there?
I have a question, if you have a second.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Sorry, I'm back.
Voice on the wall.
So my question is, on the parking fines to our CFO, do you have a percentage in terms of how many of those fines get appealed? Is that data that you typically have or not?
We could probably get it, but it would not be easy.
Then I don't want it if it's not easy, so.
And there's, you know, many reasons why, you know, parking fines are abated.
Right.
So.
I understand. There's no need. You have too many things on your plate right now. Thank you.
I want to continue that, John, parking. Could we just, it's really a request to the mayor, it's a private different place to do it, but I know you're gonna do software, it seems like stuff is running, but I feel like beyond the circle who are working on this, I don't know if the public generally knows what the expectation is with kiosks. Can we do a little bit of a promotional thing and say,
There's actually 2 meetings happening in the next couple months with business owners face to face to work through that. There's press release going out. There's a video going out.
Okay.
Yep.
again, thank you.
Although Joey from GMG broke the story first.
Right, I saw
Okay.
that. I saw the new ticket booth at the Good Harbor on Facebook this morning.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you-
So the meter revenue and parking funds has been an unfortunate setback. The rollout of the
Yeah, and
kiosk program and the replacement and the whole 9 yards. But
And we knew that was gonna happen. We didn't frankly expect it to be, you know, in effect for as long as it has been. But, you know, when we talked to particularly the folks in Beverly who went through kind of the same thing. We fully expected that there was going to be a significant period of time when you really couldn't enforce it because they weren't up and working right, people weren't used to them. And, you know, once sufficient time had passed. Now, in our case, one of the things that happened with the kiosks was that the local distributor who was supposed to service these, you know, had a huge disruption. And they just were not responding to our requests for service, for training. And we basically just had to say, okay, we're dealing with the United States rep of the manufacturer directly. We're no longer going through this middle person. They're just not the one.
It's exacerbated by COVID as well. So remember, we had outdoor dining, we didn't have, nothing was open, so.
Right.
So
Yep.
add to that, you know, Beverly felt it, but probably ours was exacerbated by the COVID numbers.
The other impact of the meters or the kiosks not working isn't just in our budget, but if traffic is, if parked cars aren't moving, then that has an impact on business too. So we're glad to see them up and running.
Mhm. So it seems to be working much better now. Yep. All right, kind of flipping back, page 21, engineering, no changes there. Page 22, public services. So this is where the receipts for beach stickers, as well as the receipts for beach daily parking. And we're not proposing any change from year to year. Those. We also have here rental from the beach concession leases, and then income from the rental of other public properties. Board of Health revenues on the next page. Page 24, cherry sheet receipts. So this is the flip side to the cherry sheet assessment on which we saw school choice. And the big number here is the chapter 70 line, which is school aid. Second biggest line here is unrestricted general governmental receipts. And there's smaller ones for reimbursement of veteran benefits. We talked about that when we did the veterans budget. So this is where that 75% reimbursement comes back from the state. And then we also get on line 466004, we also get reimbursement from the state for exemptions awarded to elderly. So again, one of those things that goes against that 400,000, Counselor, it comes back to us. From the
Trying to make
state.
sense now.
So yeah, it's all very convoluted.
Yeah, yeah, I gotta get used to the negative numbers being positive, right?
And the state land revenue?
Yeah, so the state reimburses cities and towns for state-owned land. So
At fair market value or?
no, they like to say that they're reimbursing cities and towns based on what they might otherwise have paid in tax revenue if in fact the land was, or property was taxable. Not really the case, but anyway, we're gonna say thank you for sending that along.
Can we go back to the cherry sheet on the, I think it's the school choice one. Top line, is that the best school choice, right?
Well, no, it's not really school choice,
Chapter
it's
70.
chapter 70, so it's based on the statewide formula.
So 2022, we received 6.8 million, right? And then in 2023, we budgeted 3 million more. And then in 2023, we received 7 million. So a little increase, but not as much as that. And then now we're projecting 11.
Yep.
So the 7.2, we received this revenue monthly, so it's as of this report.
Got it.
Okay,
So-
The year's not done yet.
So that will in fact be that $9.7 million number.
And we're projecting 11 because we've got information from the state.
Because again, just like with the assessments, this is in House Ways and Means budget, and this is where their budget is right now. So they're telling us that if things were to happen, if they were to take a vote tomorrow, this is what we would get.
There's so many moving parts, so.
So the Senate budget line up too.
Senate will go till the end of May.
Yeah, that's gonna delay, and then it goes to, the conference committee, and then it comes out.
But Senate rarely funds chapter 70 less than that,
Right.
like never.
Yeah,
That'll happen.
I would have to agree with that. Like, it's not gonna happen.
No, especially not with the current Senate president.
Thanks for explaining that.
I mean, we've seen huge jump in the last 2 years.
But yeah,
That may be coming to an end.
that should stabilize.
Yes, yes,
Since
so
the
the,
projections are plummeting.
well,
Short term.
I mean, again, particularly with chapter 7, it is based on a statewide formula. I mean, they could, take the pot, the entirety of the statewide pot and cut that. But I really just don't see that happening. Now, we're not gonna see the type of increases that we've seen over the past, for both the current year that we're in and for 2024, again, it's gonna settle down. But yeah, this new formula has certainly shown us that we were, underfunded for many of the previous 10 years.
And did we see lottery in here at all?
That's UGA,
That's,
restricted general government.
so that's
The new term.
$4.7 million number. Yeah, they used to call it lottery, now they call it, okay.
Is that in this? Oh, that's 4.
It's the $4.7 million.
Yep.
466
I don't know if we did hotel tax yet. Just go to that.
Stage.
So that's page 25.
Just a quick question on it, if I could.
Yep.
2022, about 1.8 million, 2023 actual 1.5 million, and we're budgeting only $1.5 million. Is there a reason I think that that number's gonna drop by 5%, 3%?
No, but again, we don't like to push the revenue numbers. If we can help it, we'd much rather have revenues come in over budget than under budget. So this is one of the areas where we expect to do better, and we kind of build it in. We did increase the budget for hotel motel because that has been fairly consistent now. 3 years ago, it was much less. So again, what we've seen is an increase, and then, a reasonable expectation that the 400th is really, going to bring, the visitors.
We will pay for our $100,000 city council investment
Right,
for the
but
400th club.
If we expect 400 this year to be bigger, better, wouldn't we be projecting a bigger number?
Again, I don't like to push the numbers, so for example, we didn't push the numbers in the current fiscal year, 2023. And we had a projection of $500,000 from cannabis resellers. And that $500,000 will turn out to be $70,000. So,
Right.
To
cover yourselves.
Right. Now, if we had pushed revenues through, across the board for 2023, we'd be facing a hole around.
A revenue deficit, which have a bigger problem.
Which,
Again, I get what we're trying to do. Cannabis thing was obviously a big change because it's a lawsuit or however they did that. I don't know when they have a lawsuit in hotels, but okay. It is what it is.
Again, we talked about where things get potentially exposed. So we had a shortfall in beach parking 2 years ago because it rained 30 out of 31 days in July. If it turns out to be a cool and wet summer, will people cancel their hotel motel reservations? They might. and go someplace warmer and sunnier.
And it did, and you can see it is increased.
$1,050,000 compared to,
The 2023 original budget,
850.
23%.
I get it.
Pre-pandemic in 2018, it was 829,000.
19, it was 894.
So that's pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
So last year, people were busting out
You're saying this year they may not be busted as much.
and they went up almost 24%.
Cost of
Let's hope they are.
gasoline.
So
Let's hope they are, and then that would mean free cash potentially.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
But
I
you know, you
agree.
only have to respect the way John has managed this budget.
Yeah,
to
that
avoid
increase is
over
over by these standards. Is over aggressive.
And no rain.
And
No rain.
oh,
Only
right,
sunny
stay in the
days.
hotel. Still made the reservation of the
That's tough when you
vacation.
get the meals tax.
Different plot.
All right, and last page is page number 26. These are other financing sources, basically transfers in. So that top line totals 234,000 and change, and you can see in the text that of that, 184,000 of that is a transfer in from the band premium fund that we had talked about earlier. So that's where that premium comes in to offset the band payment that is in the debt service expenditures. Second line here, transfers in from betterment funds to offset debt service on betterment related debt. You know, again, betterments they're primarily sewer betterments at this point. They transfer in and this will be declining as we go along, as basically that sewer betterment debt from the big projects in the late 90s and early 2000s run off. Transfers in from the enterprise funds for indirect costs. No change there. And then kind of a plug number for free cash. Again, I use this to kind of offset and balance the budget, but we've never really had to use free cash before at the end of the year. So that's $408,000. So total general fund revenues are projected to be $133,895,323 for fiscal 2024. Oh, sure, yeah.
It's been a pleasure to spend the day with all of you. I have an appointment at 4.
Let's go.
You've got
If
some
you're walking-
motions to
if you're
make.
walking back up.
Oh, no, I actually walked up for lunch. My car is here. These are not really walking shoes.
It's just the one motion, isn't it?
Yeah, so,
Thank you, Jen.
It's two.
so here we are,
Yeah, you
under,
got free cash.
under general fund
Domestic.
revenues. Budget and Finance recommends that the city council approve the fiscal year 2024 general fund revenue, including other financing sources, in the total amount of $134,295,323, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. And then on the flip side, Budget and Finance recommends that the city council approve the fiscal year 2024 overlay / reserve for abatements and exemptions in the amount of $400,000 for a total net available funds, net funds for fiscal year 2024 of $133 million, great numbers, $133,895, excuse me, $133,000.
The bloopers, so take the outtakes.
$133,895,323.00, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
I see a different number. I see 408 and 83 for the maintenance in the budget. That's a different number than this.
You see, I'm sorry.
So you just talking about Anyway, I'll just vote for it. It's 400,000 versus 408. Just, you see the number here, John?
No, so that's
No,
the free
that's-
cash. That's
that's
something
free
totally
cash,
different.
That's a free cash number.
I was talking about the exemptions and abatements.
But yeah, the over,
So
the
not the
over,
overlay.
the overlay amount for 400,000 even.
Okay, sorry. Really need a motion.
And do we have time to do the unfinished business that we skipped over at lunchtime or not?
Do you want to do the free cash one?
I've got free cash right here, right?
No.
To go
No.
install a black box.
I don't think we voted about that last one.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So, thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And regarding the general fund free cash motion as reserved for the fiscal year 2024 budget. Fiscal year 2023 general fund free cash appropriation related to the 2024 budget. Budget and Finance would recommend. We move to recommend that City Council appropriate in the amount of $408,083 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash / account number as noted to the general fund balance reserved for special purposes account number as noted. The purpose of this appropriation from the general fund undesignated fund balance free cash is to reduce the fiscal year 2024 tax levy, and I so move.
Second,
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
may I ask a question on this?
Yeah.
This is taking last year's free cash, applying it to this year to reduce the lower taxes we need to pay our budget, right?
Right.
Well, not this year, next year.
So for
I agree
next
with
year,
that.
yeah.
That's exactly what I meant.
Well,
So-
well summarized.
Thank you. This is a portion of free cash.
Right.
And is it formulaic? Do we have I know we have 5% goes here, 5% goes here. This is,
This is what was left. So
Okay, those
after
allocations.
the free cash distribution that you voted on, there was free cash left. So this is a portion of that that was left.
and this, is this by law, we need to send it to reduce the next budget? Or is it a thank you, Mr. Mayor, taxpayer is gonna say, like, what?
No, it was just what I do is on occasion, I find it wise to use free cash just to reduce it so that I'm not increasing another revenue. We don't ever really expect to use this free cash appropriation, but we put it in the budget. Again, there could, potentially be a devastating year, in which case we have to use that free cash that is budgeted, but, that hasn't happened yet.
Yes, motion been made and seconded. Discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Another final one would be the recommendation.
Scott, that's next week.
That's for,
Yeah.
Free cash.
so that's for, that when we.
I'll
review
save
the
that
sewer-
one for next week.
Yeah, only the one that's highlighted, that's fine.
Gotcha. That's what the highlight means.
Yes. John. So the one for the sewer.
Just-
No, free cash.
Is that it?
From sewer free cash.
I don't know, Sherry, got
That's what
anything
I
else for
was,
us?
so I gotta.
Sherry, so it's
Because it said free
134.
cash, so I thought you meant general fund. free cash.
Sewer.
Okay, I
295,
wasn't sure. Yeah, okay.
323.
Got it, I'll fix it.
She's been calculating this behind her backs over
Yeah,
there. with the
minus 400,000 right here. Gives you that total.
Got it. Kenny, John, Connor, are we good to go?
So that's
Yeah,
all
so-
calculated into here. It wasn't calculated into.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Just need to pick a day for the,
Right, so we
Enterprise.
still need to go through the three DPW related enterprise funds.
And do it before BNF.
You can do that if
We could
that's
certainly
timely.
do that, yeah, I mean, we're set to meet anyway, so.
Tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
Next week. Next week.
Next week, yeah.
the 18th.
So the city council week, so.
So we meet at 5:30, so I'll meet at 4:30.
Meet at 4:30, yep.
Can I meet remotely?
Yes,
You coaching?
you can meet
We're
remotely.
2-0.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't even go remotely, don't even be part of
We
it.
won the first game 14-4, the second game 10-7. The kids are having a great time.
Then you have to go.
Very good.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to play at the game, I have gloves, I have baseball, my
I would
car.
love to
Just
do
let me
that.
know.
Can you put some weight on the
I'm not playing
Celtics
with
to do
any
a little
of
better?
I know.
Yeah, well, that's the shortest game.
I would love to do like a city council versus,
You're way too competitive.
it would be fun.
I got the baseball, don't worry.
Could we have? Not for any purpose, but.
Motion to adjourn.
Hang on. Okay,
What do you want to know?
Do we have a second?
I just want to keep have balances from the different funds that we've been putting money into stabilization. We have a record keeping that we understand that. Either
We both have it.
we have that support.
Sure.
Additional win, so
Not to
each,
spend it, by the way.
so each time that is an appropriation on that SA form,
Yeah.
it has the balance right on. it.
Listed.
It's
Going
listed.
against it.
Yeah, so it's constantly updated, so each time. You know,
That's per. I haven't seen it all. I'd like to, tell me right, when we look at it. Second.
All those in favor of adjourning? Sherry? Um, Counselor Gilman, how many students do we have up at Essex Aggie currently?
Have it.
I'm 107.
Good, somebody had the number right.
107, we had 103, over $1 million.
Yes, thank you. It came up in discussion on your budget up there.
Happy kids, 24 different programs.
$250,000 a year.
What was that word you said?
$250,000 a kid increase. Because
Can you vote to adjourn? Can you do
we
that?
did.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Thank you.
Okay.
I have to go
Bye,
install.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well,
A smoke detector or air cleanser, air scrubber?
No, a black box on.
Oh,
my old box.